guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. Results from yesterday's election are coming in. Democrat Socialist Zoran Mamdani will win New York City's mayor's race. Mamdani defeated Independent Andrew Cuomo and Republican Curtis Sliwa. Democrat Mikey Sherrill will win the New Jersey governor's race. The governor beat Republican Jack Ciattarelli. In Virginia, Democrat Abigail Spanberger will win the Virginia governor's race. The Democrat beat the Republican Lieutenant Governor Winsome Earl Sears. A UPS cargo jet exploded in an enormous fireball while taking off from Louisville, Kentucky's Muhammad Ali International Airport this afternoon. The plane, UPS Flight 2976, was en route to Honolulu and was carrying a large amount of cargo and hundreds of thousands of gallons of jet fuel when it crashed. Eyewitness video shows the plane, reportedly an MD-11 jumbo jet, rolling down the runway with flames shooting from the side. Louisville Mayor Craig Greenberg gives us an update.
My understanding is that there were about 280,000 gallons of fuel on the plane, and so that is, extreme reason for concern in so many different ways.
Mayor Greenberg says that the plane was unable to get enough lift to take off and then crashed into a warehouse at the end of the runway. The impact of the crash then spread debris and burning fuel into a nearby petroleum recycling facility.
I would encourage everybody, please follow those warnings. We'll continue to keep people up to date. We will lift that as soon as it's safe. But for right now, while we're trying to gather information, would encourage people to take that very seriously. Committed to each other that whatever we needed to do from a local or state level, that we would be providing the resources.
The Supreme Court will consider tariffs later today. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
There's extremely high voter turnout in New York City, where residents are deciding on the next mayor in a three-way race.
Well, the Board of Elections office says 1.5 million New Yorkers have cast ballots as of 3 o'clock today. That includes early voting in what's one of the most closely watched mayoral races in New York City history.
I think it's going to be close.
I'm supporting Cuomo. I think he's going to be just good for the city.
I don't like any of the three.
Frontrunner Zohran Mamdani, he's trying to become the city's first Muslim mayor by running a campaign on making the city more affordable. Independent Andrew Cuomo promises to hire more officers. Republican Curtis Sliwa says he's the law and order candidate. Scott Pringle.
There's new information about Melody Buzzard, a missing 9-year-old girl from Lompoc, California. That's near SpaceX launch site at Vandenberg.
The Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Office says it has surveillance footage of the girl returning from a cross-country trip with her mother, Ashley Buzzard. The video from October 9th shows them driving through the Colorado-Utah border in a white 2024 Chevy Malibu. This was the last time Melody Buzzard was seen. Investigators believe the vehicle likely had its license plate swapped to avoid detection, adding that the mother and daughter traveled as far east as Nebraska before returning to California. Buzzard and her mother live in Lompoc, about 60 miles northwest of Santa Barbara. I'm Daniel Martindale.
The Department of Homeland Security is releasing $1 million to Alaska. It's expedited FEMA funds to aid in recovering from Typhoon Halong. Lance Pry, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
I suppose it's that time once again. Looks like we've crossed over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. So, shall we close out a Tuesday? We will do the same from coast to coast. Make our way into the 5th day of November. So midweek coming on, hump day. Welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios on a clear night outside the secret bunker in southwest Ohio. 51 degrees here. We'll take a look around the country. All right, what do you say? What a day, what a day. My. There are times when I'll come in several hours before showtime, doing what they call show prep. Get the latest news, information, what's going on around the world. Some days it's what you call a very slow day when it comes to news. This has been just the opposite. What a day. We've got a lot to cover. The unfolding situation, a fluid situation. Louisville, Kentucky, the latest on the UPS aircraft that went down a little after 5 o'clock this past evening there. A massive fireball. Search and rescue efforts continue. The death toll continues to climb and is expected to climb further as rescuers are actually, they're on doing what they call a grid search, going from facility to facility. It's nearly an entire city block involved in that. Of course, Tuesday, Election Day. Wow. Clean sweep for the Democrat Party in the Northeast, Virginia, New Jersey, New York City. All the latest there. And, of course, the latest on the government shutdown continues. Another vote. 14th attempt this past day. No go. When does it end? Let's start. Before we get to our travelers' weather, let me give you what we have in regards to the ongoing situation there in Louisville. The latest reports say they've been battling this fire for, I guess, close to 7 hours now. It is almost, they say, under control or extinguished. But we start with the cargo plane, UPS, Louisville, near the Louisville Muhammad Ali International Airport. There were 3 crew members aboard. UPS flight 2976, going down about 5:15. This was right at liftoff time. Video, many videos capturing this in live time from whether it be dash cams on vehicles. There were actually some airport personnel out on the tarmac that captured the plane going down the runway attempting to take off. What appeared to be the left engine ablaze and possibly even falling off during the attempted liftoff. This flight was headed to Hawaii, to the Daniel K. Inouye International Airport in Honolulu. Now, I'm looking at numbers. I'm not familiar when it comes to aviation, what a full fuel load would encompass. One report said 280,000 gallons. I'm thinking that's, did they mean 28,000? Again, I've seen reports of 38,000. Again, I'll rely on the aviation folks. I mean, that's a long flight from Louisville to Honolulu, Hawaii. But obviously, with a full fuel load, the explosion, the ensuing fireball was massive. Videos sweeping across social media, revealing a field of fire and debris. Louisville Metro Police confirming, obviously, multiple injuries. The death toll, I believe, is now at 7 confirmed, numerous other injuries. Police say this is an active scene with fire and debris, asking people to please stay away. Governor Andy Beshear posting, Kentucky, we are aware of the plane crash near Louisville. First responders are on site. We'll share more information as available. Obviously, prayers for the crew members and those involved here. It was an MD-11, the UPS freight plane. Shortly after takeoff, The fiery trail of destruction through businesses, roads, where the massive plumes of thick black smoke stretching for miles. Video coming in from the Louisville affiliate WAVE. At least 7 have now been confirmed deceased, 11 others injured, according to the update from Governor Beshear, warning those numbers could climb as the investigation continues. Louisville's mayor, Craig Greenberg, said the 3 crew members on board are obviously presumed dead. 4 on the ground that were not on the plane, again, now confirmed as deceased. Hundreds of firefighters are on the scene. The update from the past 30 minutes stating they've nearly contained the fire that was spread over a massive area. So they can create a formal grid to search the surroundings for potential victims, according to the fire chief. National Transportation Safety Board obviously will lead the probe into this event. According to the Federal Aviation Administration, the Safety Board announced they're launching what they call a GO team that's scheduled to arrive in Kentucky here on Wednesday. That'll be a crew of at least 28 people, according to the airport's executive director. I expect they'll be here for several days trying to put all this together, and we will be holding multiple briefings. Smoke from the crash lofted high into the atmosphere, being carried northward by the prevailing winds. Air quality monitors run by the Environmental Protection Agency's Air Now program are located at ground level, so much of the toxic smoke likely went undetected by ground monitors as it traveled away from the airport. However, a ground monitor did pick up a pollution spike to moderate air quality index levels at Jeffersonville, Indiana, about 4 hours after the crash. Jeffersonville, of course, just across the Ohio River from Louisville, was in the direct path of that smoke plume. Particulate matters stayed in the good air quality range near the airport. The event was highly localized, they say, making it harder for pollution to be detected by monitors more than a mile from the crash. They will be keeping an eye on air quality levels over the ensuing hours, they said. Firefighters nearby nearing containment before the grid search gets underway. Hundreds of firefighter personnel on the ground. When you have such a large-scale incident, according to the chief, fire that spread over such a massive area, we have to use hundreds of personnel to try and surround it and contain it and then slowly bring it in. He did add the site is now safe enough for crews to put out remaining spot fires and create that formal grid to search the surroundings. These are trained firefighters from all around the region that are handling this search grid by grid very carefully to make sure if we can find any other victims, according to the chief. National Transportation Safety Board, again expected to arrive today, Wednesday, at the crash site with a full crew, 28 to start with. They will hit the ground running, they say, first thing this Wednesday morning, working with all the mutual aid, all the first responders, collecting all the evidence. I expect they'll be on scene for several days, and multiple briefings will be held. As far as the airport, Muhammad Ali International Airport expected to reopen, they tell us, sometime here on Wednesday, according to the news conference this past evening, following the mass casualty incident. The airport is obviously closed for this evening. There will be another news conference coming up Wednesday morning when the Transportation Safety Board is on the ground there. UPS issuing a statement that they're terribly saddened by the crash that happened this past evening. Our heartfelt thoughts with everyone involved. UPS is committed to the safety of our employees, our customers, and the communities we serve. This is particularly true in Louisville, which is home to our airline and thousands of UPSers. We are engaged with the National Transportation Safety Board's investigation, staying in close contact with the Federal Aviation Administration. We will work tirelessly with state and local authorities on the response efforts there. So prayers for all those involved there. My. And looking at, yes, the video coming in, and multiple facilities from some of the aerial shots. I can see facilities with obviously multiple trucking operations involved. Reports were citing that the ensuing fireball also enveloped a fuel recycling location, which I guess is just adding to the intensity of the fire through the past evening. We'll continue to follow with all the latest as we get things underway here into a early Wednesday morning. We jump up to, let's see, Scooby, I do believe it is. Morning, Scoob.
Hi, how's it going, Steve? Hey, that is about 4.5 tankers is what was on that plane. I fueled planes for like 6.5 years, and they take 6.7 divided by the gallon. So, we at the airport, you could put 10,000 gallons on your truck, even though it'd be overweight, but since you're on private property, you was able to do that. So it took like 4.5 tankers to fill that thing up.
So that would translate to something like, I've seen, would that be closer to 38,000 maybe?
Gallons, yes.
Yes.
So whatever they said it was 280,000 pounds. Is that what they said?
I believe that was the case.
Okay, yeah, just by that, about 6.7. That's how many gallons it'll be.
Okay, gotcha. So I guess the typo on the report said 280,000 gallons, which they're not. So pounds they meant. Translate that down to the actual gallons. I got you.
Yeah, about 6.7. And I had a buddy. I really don't want to go into detail, but it hit one building over there. The tail hit a building. Well, my buddy just left there. He was right. Matter of fact, he was there, and his computer was acting up. So he waited a minute. He said if he didn't wait, he would have hit it because he felt this explosion and everything, and he had to actually run over some debris just to get out of there.
Wow!
Because he was right there, and the oil, talking about the oil and stuff. He had there's one video of it up. You can see it's a bar. What it is? It's called Stooges. And right there on the other side of Stooges, where that big flame was, that's where that oil factory was. And I don't know how big that tank is that sits there. I would say probably maybe 3,000 gallons or 5,000 gallons. I really don't know. But it's somewhere in that ballpark. And it cleared that all out. It really was probably a better place to go down would be right there than any other place because well, there's no good place to go down. Don't get me wrong about that now.
Right.
But it was a lot more industrial. Like there's a junkyard it ran into. A lot of that over there is a junkyard. So, yeah, it could have been a whole lot worse, I guess, is what I'm trying to say.
Obviously, yeah, with an area where a much least like populous, where heavily office buildings that may have hundreds of people working and things like that.
The only thing I would wonder, and I don't know anything, and I would wonder, come back, is who did the service on that motor or on that engine? Was it done out overseas? Because I know it's one thing they've been talking about for years is that service has been done overseas because it's cheaper than rather than getting it done here in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying it is. I don't know. I'm just I'm just kind of curious. Just kind of curious on that. But other than that, that's all I know.
All right.
Thought I'd share that with you.
Appreciate you chiming in. That makes a better understanding. Yeah, with obviously the typo, 280,000 pounds of fuel. So a heavy load, obviously, plus all the freight, that may have been involved. We've got lots to cover. It is 844-844-3388.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weights? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, as we take a look at our travelers' weather around the country. It's another soggy night in the Great Lakes region. Rain, mostly light to moderate. We're not talking flooding, torrential downpours. But portions of Minnesota, Wisconsin, northern Michigan there. Now, this is the next in a series of storms and anticipated to be the strongest of fast-moving storms this week. It's going to track from the upper Midwest into the Northeast between Wednesday into Thursday, where we will see the clash of the air masses, cooler air clashing with warmer air that's going to result in a surge of winds expected to bring strong gust, travel delays, strip the remaining leaves off the trees, and probably enough to bring some sporadic power outages. On the front side of the storm here for Wednesday, strengthening southwest winds will send temperatures climbing, pushing the leaves through neighborhoods from North Carolina to southern New England. Yeah, we're looking at temperatures forecast to top out 60 degrees in New York City. You may still hit 70 in Washington, D.C. ahead of the storm. Yeah, the system's going to tap enough moisture to produce windswept showers across much of the Northeast and a zone of steadier rain in southern Ontario. Some cold air lingering on the front side of the storm and quickly returning on the backside across the northern tier will allow some accumulating snow in the higher elevations of the Adirondacks, northern New England, southern Quebec, New Brunswick, Canada. As that chilly air rushes in behind the storm, those blustery conditions are expected with more powerful wind gusts. Gusts from the west and northwest later today and into Thursday. 40, 50 miles per hour. We could see gusts approaching 70 in parts of the northeast. That's enough to bring down tree limbs and sporadic power outages. And, of course, crosswinds will cause flight delays at some of our major and regional airports. Temperatures may not rise higher than 40 degrees as the sun returns to the Appalachians on Thursday. Winds begin to diminish from the southwest to the northeast Thursday into Thursday night there across the northeast. However, another storm will already be forming and moving east from the Mississippi Valley. Breezes will strengthen from west to east again across the Midwest Thursday night, with enough moisture to produce a band of rain showers. But as additional moisture moves northward from the Gulf, we'll see an area of thunderstorms expected to develop across the Ohio and Tennessee valleys by Friday. Some of those storms may produce wind gusts capable of causing minor damage to trees and property. Temperatures then rebound along the Atlantic seaboard Friday, just before a major push of cold air behind that storm will set the stage for snow further south across parts of the Midwest and the Appalachians next week. We'll give you more on that coming up here. First, get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tell's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit tell360.com today.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. A UPS cargo jet exploded in an enormous fireball while taking off from Louisville, Kentucky's Muhammad Ali International Airport this afternoon. The plane, UPS Flight 2976, was en route to Honolulu and was carrying a large amount of cargo and hundreds of thousands of gallons of jet fuel when it crashed. Eyewitness video shows the plane, reportedly an MD-11 jumbo jet, rolling down the runway with flames shooting from the side. Louisville Mayor Craig Greenberg gives us an update.
My understanding is that there were about 280,000 gallons of fuel on the plane, and so that is, extreme reason for concern in so many different ways.
Mayor Greenberg says that the plane was unable to get enough lift to take off and then crashed into a warehouse at the end of the runway. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
At Tell, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call Tell at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yes, indeed, that is a full moon shining bright almost directly overhead outside the secret bunker at this hour. Get out there, moon watchers. The brightest super moon of 2025 shining overhead tonight, known as the full beaver moon. Supermoon will actually be at peak fullness, 7:19 a.m. here this Wednesday morning Eastern Time. Why is it a supermoon? That's when the moon is closest to the Earth during the year. The full beaver moon is about 221,000 miles from us. It's about 30,000 miles closer than some of the furthest moons. It's perigee versus apogee. So the moon appears a bit brighter and a bit bigger than moons that are further away. All right. The beaver moon. Dubbed that by the Native American tribes because of the observed activity of the beavers. Building dams this time of year, getting ready for the coming winter. It's also called the freezing overmoon by some tribes, they tell us. And pretty much right on track with that designation. Shall we fast forward to the weekend and early next week? If you're one of those out there driving truck around the country who has not yet prepared your personal belongings with your wintertime attire, it's time. As we head into the weekend and early next week in the central and eastern USA, we're going to be looking at literally more like a Christmas time cold coming in, a surge of cold air, and at least one storm system that's capable of producing a band of accumulating snow across parts of the Midwest, followed by lake effect snow and maybe a bit of snow in portions of the Appalachians to the south. Temperatures are going to feel more like mid-December, Christmas time, in many places by next week. AccuWeather tells us cold air is going to fail to gain a lasting foothold for the remainder of this week. Yeah, we're talking big temperature swings from one day to the next here in the Midwest and Northeast. Yeah, but as a large push of cold air comes in over the weekend, things will drastically change. Beginning this weekend, a big dip in the jet stream is forecast for the central and eastern states. This is going to be the first taste of wintry weather for millions of people this weekend into early next week. Big time drop in temperatures and blustery winds. This chilly air is going to briefly surge even in parts of the deep southeastern USA. This is going to increase the potential for accumulating snow in areas of the Midwest and the Appalachians that are further south and rather low in elevation. Some accumulating snow possible in some of our major metropolitan areas and along some of the heavily traveled highway corridors. You're going to get your first taste of hazardous travel conditions. Typically, snow has to come down at a pretty heavy rate for accumulation to occur on road surfaces this time of year, especially during the daytime, because the pavement's still warm from the summer and the early fall. However, under the right conditions, slush may develop during the day, and as temperatures drop, snow begins to accumulate on the roads during the nighttime hours. We have a storm forecast to track along the boundary of that advancing cold air from this weekend in the Midwest to early next week in the Northeast. Several hours of snow possible in Minneapolis from Saturday to Saturday evening. As we see it now, the most likely time for snow showers may be in Chicago. That could bring a small accumulation will be Saturday night into Sunday morning. Around Detroit, the most likely timing for accumulating snow showers Sunday morning into the midday hours. Now, while an excessive accumulation is not anticipated on the roads, the snow can fall at a heavy enough rate near the Interstate 94 and the 80-90 corridor to make for slushy accumulations in some areas. As that storm pivots toward southeastern Canada, we'll see a period of drenching rain sweeping through the northeast from this weekend into early next week. Heavy, gusty, possibly severe thunderstorms may move through parts of the southeastern USA on Sunday. And we may have a secondary storm that forms along the leading edge of that cold air in the east. That could extend or maybe bring a second round of rain later in the weekend into Monday of next week. Storms such as this could produce a swath of steady snow extending from south to north over the Appalachians. Regardless, a strong surge of cold air is going to push southward, then expanding eastward, spilling over the Appalachians from later this weekend into early next week. We're going to have the cold air passing over the warm waters of the Great Lakes. That's going to unleash some lake effect rain and wet snow. Where some of these bands of snow set up or linger, we may see several inches of accumulation and some slippery travel from Sunday to Monday, maybe even into Tuesday off Lake Erie and Lake Ontario. Since the cold air will be initially moist, snow can be squeezed out over the mountains and valleys of the Appalachians from Sunday to Monday. We could be talking some slushy accumulations over some of the ridges as far south as eastern Tennessee and western North Carolina, and as far north as Maine into Quebec. Blustery winds intensifying the incoming cold. You're going to need your wintertime attire. The combination of air temperature, cloud cover, other factors, wind chills will be in the single digits, teens, and 20s from the northern part of the plains and the Midwest to the northeast and southern portions of the Appalachians by Sunday into Monday. Temperatures, wind chills along much of the Atlantic coast early next week are going to be in the 30s and 40s. During the daytime hours, the coldest mornings in the pattern for the southeast will be Tuesday morning, when lows in the 20s will be widespread over the interior, lows in the 30s just inland along the Carolina, Georgia, Florida, and Louisiana coasts. Temperatures will be low enough for widespread frost or a hard freeze over interior portions of the southeast. The coldest air exits the southeast by the middle of next week, but this is just a hello, old man winter knocking on the door, coming your way in the not too distant future. Hello to Philly Dan. Good morning from Philly. Why are people voting Democrat? Hey, like I said, clean sweep there in the Northeast. Prayers, yes, for the folks in Kentucky there. Hello, Pappy. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's a new era in politics in this country. The Democrat Party has announced to the world they are socialist. We're living in a time where this country's going to go one or two ways. Snuggle up to whomever, whatever. Remember this night. This could be the start of a socialist, communist takeover. Time will tell in the next few years, folks, if this political view works in the now red apple. All right. Uncle Chops, hello. Good morning, Steve, the overnight crew, all the listeners out there. Jeffrey listening in there in southern Florida. Shorty rolling I-77 northbound Beckley, West Virginia tonight with 34 degrees. Columbus bound he is. Country Bumpkin, good morning, overnight drive family. Checking in, waiting for the best radio program in the country. God bless the American truck drivers out there. Tank in the house, morning, Steve, and all the gang. Happy Hump Day, 60 degrees in Albuquerque tonight. Headed over to Santa Rosa, then back to Banning. Prayers for the families of those who perished in that UPS plane crash. Everybody truck safe and have a blessed day out there. All right, 38,000 gallons. I believe that was the confirmation on the plane after, as Scooby said. When you hear that number, 280, they're talking pounds, obviously. Hello from Bob in Michigan. Rubber duck, prayers for Louisville. Crazy, I actually unloaded at that exit a mile away on Monday. But it's home for me tonight. Lord Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, 49 degrees under a full moon in Norton, Kansas. Got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck pointed south on a high-speed trip to the Lone Star State. How about a special shout-out to Norman and the Big Tipper from the land of Oz. Good afternoon. Larry Hammer down, round 2 to Schenectady. 45 degrees at this hour, Platkill, New York. New York's new mayor just made a powerful speech. Lit into Trump. This is going to be interesting. All right. Hello, Brett. Good evening from the home. 74 degrees here in Bullhead City, Arizona tonight. Buckeye Boy, Ackworth, Georgia, 50 degrees. Able to get my local completed today. I did have time to go vote. The two incumbent Republicans running for a public service commission got hammered, mainly because they were on the board to allow Georgia Power to raise our rates 6 times. They never stood a chance. New York will reap what they sow. They're too uninformed to know any difference. Virginia votes in an attorney general who posted on social media back in 2023 that his opponent and his children should have bullets in their heads. Well, that's their new Democrat governor who would not condemn him. Democrats played this well with the refusal to open the government. And even though it was their fault, Republicans got the blame, and election results show it. My guess is Democrats will agree to open the government by the end of the week because they've achieved their goal. Yeah, I'll be getting up early to get the truck serviced, home for a nap. Yeah, that fireball from the down plane, incredible. So saddened for the loss of life. All right, paid $2,500 for my 3 truck tags yesterday for 2026. The cost of running a trucking operation. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. U-Haul says New York City is screwed. Of course, they've been screwed for a long time. Gilligan, morning, Steve. Fellow listeners driving in the moonlight, Dublin, Virginia, with a cool 40 degrees tonight. Snuffy and Granny on board. Good morning, Steve. Headed back to Richmond, Kentucky. Hey, tell the gang we said hello. Snuffy and Granny. Safe travels out there. Oh, in California, Buckeye Boy says voters approved Proposition 50, which will probably eliminate 5 Republican House seats there. Let the games and the court battles begin. No doubt about it. And hello, Jim. Good morning from Chattanooga, Tennessee. Going to experience temperature whiplash here. We're going to go from 71 a high this Saturday to a high of 41 come next Monday. Yes, indeed, winter whiplash. It's 844-844-3388.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry, whether you're starting out or leveling up. TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with the threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
As we roll into midweek, get a new day underway. You see what the Grump has going on. Morning, Grump. What a day it was.
Yeah, it was. And everybody's so I don't know, act like this is some kind of a big damn surprise that these idiots got elected the way they did.
Yeah.
We're talking blue states, and that's just the way it is. If a Republican or an independent that leans conservative gets elected anywhere in that area, that's where you ought to act surprised at. But Mondani, whatever the hell his name, he brought out the young vote. And the only reason he did that was because, number one, he's anti-Semitic. So are they. all the college kids and everything. They're up there beating their, the anti-Jew stuff, and then rent control, and I'm going to give you free busing, which he has no authority over. Number one, he cannot do that. That's a big ass lie. And it just, we're going to have all these, all these grocery stores that are going to be city run, and if this is the world that these idiots, these young people look at of what government can give them, then we are truly screwed, because it's, they have no incentive anymore to get off their butts. And I'm still, nothing against Trump, but I'm still convinced that Trump's, the way he won the election, with the amount of votes that he won it, I don't think it was any more about people wanting Trump than not wanting Biden. That people seen how, for once in their lives, the Republicans did have a decent message, on the illegals that were coming over and all the medical and everything that people wants for free. But they just don't remember how it was during Obamacare. They had the votes to give everybody here in this country free medical. They could have had socialized medicine. They had the votes to push it through. They had 60 votes in the Senate, the filibuster proof. Just as soon as Arlen Specter said, "Yeah, I'll raise my hand and kiss Barack Obama's butt," boom, they had the votes to do it. But did they work? And they know it. And they can convince these people that, these mean old Republicans and stuff are just trying to take their money and stuff. It ain't the Republicans wanting 52% of your income. It's that dumbass that just...
Yep. All right, I think Grump lost his cell connection. We'll see if we can get him back here momentarily. It wasn't necessarily a big surprise there, as we knew 24 hours ago. Some of these races, New Jersey, Virginia, were supposedly too close to call, right? But the race was called soon after the polls closed, where the Republican candidate for Virginia's governor, unable to defeat the Democrat candidate Abigail Spanberger, called by the Associated Press and the New York Times by about 8 o'clock local time. I mean, we're talking just an hour after the polls closed at 7 p.m. Yeah, the polling showed Spanberger had a large lead on the Republican throughout nearly the entire contest. It was Winsome Earl Sears, the state's lieutenant governor, tried to gain ground by tapping Spanberger over some of those damaging leaked texts from the Attorney General Jay Jones, the candidate, the guy that had called for the death of a Republican colleague and his children in those texts. And while Spanberger condemned the message, she refused to rescind her endorsement of Jones. Sears also gained some traction when a white Democrat protester created a sign with a racist message against a Republican. "Hey, Winsome, if trans can't share your bathroom, then blacks can't share my water fountain," read the sign. Polling showed Spanberger had a large lead on the Republican throughout nearly the entire contest. At one point, an average of all the polls had the Democrat up by like 7.5 points. And there were times where double-digit leads were coming in from some of the polls. It wasn't really a big surprise, as Grump said. Then, of course, we knew the polling in New York, Mondami. I mean, there were, at points, 20-point lead over the other candidates. He had been favored, obviously, to win over Cuomo, who he also defeated back in June. Cuomo decided to re-enter the race as an independent, and despite closing the margin a bit, he was not able to overcome. So 34-year-old Mondami makes history as New York's first Muslim mayor and the first avowed socialist. Appearing on CNN this past evening, he said, quote, "If people want to vote for Donald Trump and Elon Musk, they should vote for Andrew Cuomo. If people want to vote for change, they should vote for me." Of course, Trump actually kind of endorsed Cuomo on Monday, arguing that he was the better of two evils, as we know. But Mondami's, his agenda, free bus service, universal child care, a freeze on rent increases for the city's 1 million rent-regulated apartments there. Yeah, that's what, we'll see where it goes. We have to pause there. First, don't buy or lease another truck without first calling TEL. New trucks as low as $500 down. Call TEL at 866-404-6289.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry, whether you're starting out or leveling up. TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. Injector cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. Results from yesterday's election are coming in. Democrat Socialist Zohran Mamdani will win the New York City mayor's race. Mikey Sherrill will win the New Jersey governor's race. In Virginia, Abigail Spanberger will win the Virginia governor's race. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear confirmed 3 people are dead after a UPS cargo jet exploded in an enormous fireball while taking off from Louisville's Muhammad Ali International Airport. It's not confirmed yet, but videos and eyewitness accounts are leaning towards engine number 1 on the UPS jet falling off the wing during takeoff. No one will be able to confirm that until the NTSB signs off on it. A press conference was held this evening in Louisville, Kentucky. The Louisville Fire Captain, Brian O'Neill.
This happened in Okolona, and so I want to make sure we give credit to the fact that the Okolona Fire Department first on the scene, took command of the scene, and so we are there in support to help them. And we've got units from the rest of the Jefferson County Fire Departments there, as well as surrounding counties. Obviously, the Airport Fire Department is a huge factor in this as well. We've also received assistance from some of the industry around here that has firefighting foam. That is absolutely necessary. As you heard, this was a UPS plane that was taking off, getting ready to go all the way to Honolulu, Hawaii. So we're talking about over 250,000 gallons of jet fuel that was on that plane. So we're talking about a very, very dangerous situation. The area that's affected on Grade Lane at Melton, and it's about a city block wide. You've got fuel recycling storage and some bulk fuel storage that's right there. You also have the auto parts area. There's a lot of issues that are going on with being able to surround and try to contain this fire.
We are America's news network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Virginia's next governor, Abigail Spanberger.
To everyone who helped us achieve this win, from the bottom of my heart, I thank you. I thank you for the trust that you have placed in me, and it is the honor of my lifetime to be elected the 75th governor of the Commonwealth. I would like to thank my opponent for a hard-fought race, the Lieutenant Governor's story, her military service, and her years of service here in Virginia deserve our respect and our gratitude, and I ask that you join me in wishing her and her family well.
Thanks for being there. Lance Pry, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Once again, welcome back. Welcome aboard. As we roll from time zone to time zone into a brand new day, rolling into the 5th day of November. And trust your week's going well. Coming up, we'll take a look out west, where you had this train of storms, one after another. with maybe a one-day break in between for several days. There's 2 additional stronger storms. Yeah, the first beginning to roll in here tonight. The first of these is going to bring widespread rain to Northern California, including several hours of rain for San Francisco, Sacramento. Rainfall totals 2 to 4 inches. Could see some totals approaching 8 inches from coastal areas in Northern California to southwest Oregon and in part of the Olympic Mountains. They're in northwest Washington. Again, elsewhere across the Northwest, we'll break it down for you coming up here. See if we can get back. Grump had lost his signal there. See if he's back on board. Are you with us?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, it's, it actually won. But I'll tell you one thing, Steve. The damn Republicans better get it together because the midterms are coming up next year.
Yes.
And, man, it's, when you got idiots like Jeffries, and Schumer. Schumer has lost all sense of reality. All he sees is power. That's it. That's all he wants is legacy and power. And Jeffries is as goofy as a pet coon. I mean, this guy, he's another socialist. He's a Muslim. He's a lot of things except somebody that seems like they like this country. So the Republicans had better start talking about health care and how they can get it cheaper. They better start talking about Social Security and how they can, get more people more money instead of just getting stuck on this, this cheaper energy, because we're not seeing it in the trucking industry. I can tell you that right now.
Nope.
It's still up there, $3.80 a gallon, and stuff like that. It might be cheaper for gasoline, but it sure as hell ain't for trucks. And that's going to drive food prices up. So they got their work cut out for them. But that's too bad about that UPS plane there, man. I'll tell you what, 1987, I think it was in September. I can't remember what day it was, but anyway, I know I was going to leadership school in NCO leadership school was it NCO Academy, I guess, down in Barksdale. And they had 4 days before I got there, they had a KC-10 blew up on the runway, and they were filling it up with fuel. It had just come in from some long damn run and was getting ready to do what we always call a turn and burn, where they go back out, but they were filling it up, and they still think, I think they had several different reports that maybe one of the static lines wasn't connected right to the ground, grounding post or something like that, and it caused a spark and caused that to blow up. And then one of the other reports was that it was possibly leaking into one of the cavities in the plane that had an electrical short. Fuel was, and man, I'll tell you, I've been on a lot of KC-135s refuelers, flown to Korea on them, stuff like that. And when you're doing them drags, when they call it doing a drag, they got 5 or 6 squadrons are flying. Like we were going through the Philippines once and taking some fighters over there. I was going to Korea, and them things are so damn heavy. They are loaded down with so much fuel, and then to top it all off, they got cargo in a lot of the cargo area there, and then they load them down with water. They need so much thrust when that plane is damn near 1 million pounds taking off. They take off what they call wet, and that's when they're doing a wet shot. They're injecting water into those intakes to get more thrust so that they can get that heavy sucker up in the air. They're on that damn thing, and they're running them engines up and the brakes, and it's shaking and carrying on. Then they start injecting the water, and it just changes the tone of the engines, and you're smelling diesel fuel or JP4, JP8, whatever. And you're like, what the hell? Is this thing gonna blow up or what? It scares the hell out of time. But them, it's quite the experience. But yeah, when I was over in Iraq, we were always catching rides, in and out of places on KC-135s or something. When they were doing doing some refuelers. In fact, I was on one. I was shooting the breeze with a boomy, and we call them boomer. The boom operators was talking and stuff. I'd seen him in one of the bars there, and the NCO club. And we were catching a ride back on a KC, and they were making their way back to Hawaii. So they got back to Hawaii, and then we got word that plane and that all that crew had crashed out off the coast of Hawaii there, and killed everybody on board. That was kind of a messed up deal. I mean, good folks, but yeah, that was something else. But it's for what it's worth, man. We have the safest flight records and everything else, and the safest airspace going. I mean, even with this antiquated equipment and everything that we have right now, it's still better than some of the crap that you see overseas. And I've flown in some crazy places, when we were going into Africa and places like that. And it's just like, gee, man, at Christmas, is there anybody in the damn towers? They're just, it's kind of like a free for all after 5 o'clock. People, whatever the bigger plane is, that's when it gets to land. But it's, UPS has got a hell of a good track record, I think, on their, as far as I'm, knowing their planes and stuff. I mean, it's, you hardly ever hear of any kind of crash or anything like that. FedEx, I think a couple of them. One of them was up in Alaska there a few years back. But UPS, this is one that's we haven't heard from them in a good while. And it was an L1011. That's a big bird anyway. And that thing will hold a hell of a lot of stuff. I heard your governor there talking. Oh, it had 285,000 gallons on there. Nah, them things. I mean, they sometimes they misquote that as gallons, and when it should be pounds. Like you said. And
yeah,
they will hold a lot of weight. But yeah, it's the way it is. But I'll tell you, man, when we're looking at the voters today, and you can't wrap your mind around why in the hell they want to vote for a socialist, number one. But socialists, they like to disguise things as, we're democratic socialists. That's completely different than a regular socialist and all this other garbage. They somehow can convince these people that their voters that being a democratic socialist is you're not quite a socialist. It's like you're in socialist rehab or something like that. You're a hell of a lot better than, what a regular socialist is. And that's people don't understand that a socialist is a damn socialist. It reminds you of that joke, I heard once about these two drunks that were in a pickup truck, going down the road there, and they were coming up to a checkpoint, so they peeled the damn tags off their beer bottles and stuck them to their arm. And the cop asked him, said, are you too drunk? And he said, no, we're on the patch. That's about what these democratic socialists, they try to convince people they're actually on the patch or something. They're not quite, a regular socialist, but, all it takes is just a little look. And you can see right now when you got somebody that's wanting 52% tax, I guarantee you, if this guy will run for governor, Mandani, I guarantee you he'll be running for governor as soon as he's 34 years old or something like that.
Yep.
And, he's got the full backing of AOC. Who in the hell cares about AOC? I mean, if, like I said, it just, she may not be the dumbest person in Congress, to quote John Kennedy, but she better hope the dumbest one don't die, because she's right up there amongst them. And it's just, this is what we're battling anymore. And to get somebody that's worth a damn to run for Congress, to run for anything anymore, it just blows your mind. And Congress don't care. They, that's why they're trying to get so many damn judges that lean their direction, because they know if they file a lawsuit on anything that it's going to be automatically going their way. And it's look at the redistrict out in California. There are going to be lawsuits on that, but there's so many damn liberal justices and liberal judges and things out there. They're not. It's going to go absolutely nowhere. Gavin Newsom is going to get his way, and if this happens, which it will, the Republicans can pretty much kiss Congress could buy. You know, I mean, that's just the way it is. I mean, the realities of it is that's why they do this stuff. And when we take a step back and we, yes, if a Republican could ever get, or a conservative could ever get get in the governor's house there, like in Massachusetts and places like that, and actually convince the legislature, or whoever's running the damn state, that their districts are unfair to the voters. They're disproportionate. As it should be. It should be proportionate to the areas that you live in. If you're in a heavy Republican area, why in the hell the only choice you got is a Democrat? There should be a Republican win in that area. But no, it's redistrict so bad that those Democrat areas extend over into the Republican areas. So it gives them more seats. And that's exactly why they wanted so damn many illegals here, is to flood cities with illegal aliens so that they know damn well that they're probably going to count heads and not citizens. And when that happens, the Democrats are going to win every time. They are the masters of deception. They lie, they cheat, they steal. And if the Republicans don't start getting down in the mud with these idiots, they're never going to win. And like I said, it's, I don't think it was so much about people wanting Trump in office as not wanting Biden or Harris. They were sick of the open borders, everything that was going crazy, the high cost of everything. And, we're not seeing a hell of a lot of low prices right now, but they are better than what it was, when Biden was in office. But, the Republicans are going to have to just face it. They need to shift just a little bit to the left to get more in the center and start talking more about health care and how they can get away from so many of these damn insurance companies and all the profits that they're making that the government's giving them. I mean, when you look at all the money that's being spent on health care, Steve, and all you got to do is look at how much is subsidized. That's profit margins right there, buddy. That's going in somebody's damn pockets, and they love it. They're laughing all the way to the bank. But that's the design of this system. When all these Democrats said, well, there's 10 million people that doesn't have access to health care. Malarkey. Everybody's got access to health care. If the damn illegals can walk into an emergency room and get health care, get whatever, a runny nose or whatever looked at, that you can't tell me that 10 million people didn't have access. What they didn't have was affordable insurance. All right. So they made it affordable by taking money from me and giving it to somebody else.
Well, and making it unaffordable.
Right. It's so unaffordable right now, and they ain't seen nothing until January 1st rolls around. And then when we look at it, now there's 30 million people, 30 million that does not have health insurance.
Yeah.
And they just have no desire to buy it. Well, the part of the 30 million is the people that are the small businesses and the people that's income is just high enough to kick them out of getting any kind of subsidy. And I'm one of them, to where and I wouldn't take the damn subsidy anyway, because I couldn't stand Barack Obama. I think he was the most, I don't know, that the most damage that's ever done to this country was electing that moron. And it just seems to be festering even more now than what it was. He was a socialist in disguise. He tried like hell to convince everybody that he's the Messiah. He's the political guy that's going to bring everybody together. And what'd he do? Hopped his ass on an airplane, flew to Egypt, and started this apology tour a day after he got elected. I don't apologize to anybody, especially not some damn bunch of Arabs that can't stand us. I don't know, but where are we at now, man? But it's no surprise that this guy got elected in New York City. No. It's just absolutely no surprise, and I hope that New York City falls flat of its ass, and then people gets a good look at what socialism actually is. And I heard, well, this is going to be an experiment. You damn right it's going to be an experiment, and I don't think it's going to be an experiment that works out for the better for the people in New York City, and they're going to look at it and say, well, maybe we made a mistake.
Yeah.
Well, that's after the fact, folks. That's all I can tell you. But
meanwhile, the Democrats are pretty much they're making their victory lap tonight. I mean, obviously, I didn't realize that this. I mean, next year's considered midterm elections, and this off year, I did not realize this. Like New Jersey and Virginia are the only states that are allowed to hold gubernatorial governor races. Which they did, Democrats winning in both cases. Then you've got, of course, the mayor there, New York City. This is supposed to be kind of the barometer, they say, of where the electorate is leaning for the midterms in 26. So obviously the Democrats, they're all feel like they're in the catbird seat. They're on a path now to take back the House, the Senate in 26, and obviously anticipation then for 2028 for a Democrat to return to the White House.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Yeah, with an update from Louisville, according to the police chief there, Brian O'Neill, that the freight plane touched off what they call secondary explosions at the petroleum recycling facility where it crashed. Chief said there are some storage tanks there that have propane and oil. Some of those had ruptured. You might have heard there were some secondary explosions. Some of that were small tanks, he said. Now, I said some of what might have sounded like explosions were actually relief valves relieving pressure as they're designed to do. It can sound very scary, but that's a good thing. That means the relief valve worked and it didn't actually explode. Governor Beshear said the facility, which was Kentucky Petroleum Recycling, appeared to have been hit pretty directly. Now, the chief did stress the fire from the crash is now, quote, controlled and contained. But the area around the facility is going to be a mess because of the fuel leaks and the oil. We're going to be here for a while handling the scene. Meanwhile, we know that there was extensive damage to multiple nearby buildings in the vicinity of the plane crash there. A couple of updates. All right, we'll get to Pappy will be joining us, and since we're getting rather close to the news break, we'll get through that. Maybe get his sentiments on, obviously, the plane crash there, and maybe an update on the podcast he was referencing last evening. We'll get the full report, as they say. Meanwhile, truck drivers, if you rely on Travel Centers of America emergency roadside assistance, you're going to need to call someone else if you need help. A landline confirming that Travel Centers of America is pausing their emergency roadside assistance. According to a notice, the truck stop operator is reviewing and enhancing their safety procedures. This pause allows us to ensure our team members have the right tools, training, and processes in place to safely assist professional drivers on the road. They did not state how long this pause will last. It is also not known what led to the suspension of roadside assistance services. Only services on roadways are affected. Travel Centers of America will continue providing services in parking lots, rest areas, and other non-roadway locations. There was the death of a service technician killed on October 23rd, assisting a Freightliner on Interstate 80 in New Jersey, struck by another commercial vehicle. The obituary confirming he was a diesel technician for Travel Centers of America. But according to one study, there's an average of 566 killed and 14,000 injured every year in events involving disabled vehicles along the side of the road all over the country. So it kind of seems like that's the reason. Lease with Tel, then enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. A UPS cargo jet exploded in an enormous fireball while taking off from Louisville, Kentucky's Muhammad Ali International Airport this afternoon. The plane, UPS Flight 2976, was en route to Honolulu and was carrying a large amount of cargo and hundreds of thousands of gallons of jet fuel when it crashed. Eyewitness video shows the plane, reportedly an MD-11 jumbo jet, rolling down the runway with flames shooting from the side. Louisville Mayor Craig Greenberg gives us an update.
My understanding is that there were about 280,000 gallons of fuel on the plane, and so that is, extreme reason for concern in so many different ways.
Mayor Greenberg says that the plane was unable to get enough lift to take off and then crashed into a warehouse at the end of the runway. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, a quick email from one of our listening friends out there, Greg, who says he's shaking his head. New York went from Giuliani to gutter economy in 20 years. Yeah, just waiting for the fleeing Democrats to come to my state after the other people's money run out. They spread like a cancer. Yeah, also, Tish Hyman, another not in my backyard liberal. Well, the only thing we do is watch all the chaos to unfold before us. Yeah, the old saying from the classic movie, drunk, fat, and stupid is no way to go through life. Anyway, he did say he's a big Pappy fan. Loves hearing from Pappy. Well, Pappy checks in as we speak. What's happening?
God love him. Steve, I'll tell you what tonight reminded me of. The first time I saw a speech from the Anointed One, Barack Hussein Obama. And it's not quite on that level, but make no mistake about it, this could very well be a big turning point for this country. I don't know. I'm just getting bad vibes, man. Listen, it was no surprise to me at all that this dude won.
Mm-hmm.
Right? In New York. No surprise at all. Figured it was going to happen. What kind of surprised me was the governor's race in Virginia. The Spanberger and Earl Sears. Steve, I saw a debate between them two. And Spanberger would not answer any questions she was like a big blob sitting on the stage. It didn't have anything to say. And the other lady was very articulate, came out and gave exactly what her opinions were. It just blows your mind that the people vote for somebody like this. I mean, one of the questions was they asked her the big issues for the Democrats of today. Should transgenders be allowed to be in bathrooms, in female bathrooms?
Mm-hmm.
She wouldn't answer the question. She dodged it. She wouldn't give her opinion. When she was asked if transgenders should be able to play in women's sports, she would not answer it, man. Her only answer was, well, that should be left up to the local school districts, you know. And the moderator flat out asked her, what is your opinion? She wouldn't give it. But listen, this dude that won, the Democrat Party as we know it, right, growing up, is done, Steve. Done. And they are going socialist, make no mistake about it. That's why you see Chucky Schumer doing what he's doing.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with Grump 100% that AOC is not the dumbest person in Congress. It's Hank Johnson, our good old buddy Hank, right? He's the dumbest. And she's right there with him. We all know Bernie Sanders is a socialist.
Yes.
We all know Barack Hussein Obama is a socialist. Steve, that's what he won on. When they showed the percentage of people, why they voted for Madani, it was for change, right? And that's what Brock ran on. We're going to fundamentally change the United States. And this country started really going socialist back when he was in office. So Grump's right, too. The Republicans better get their heads up out of their cabooses. You know, we're in trouble here, man. We can't take these people lightly and just, socialists, you know, they'll never take over this country. Man, could wake up one day and things could be really, really bad if we don't get our act together and do some of the things Grump was talking about. Then they also were showing these polls, I guess, on asking these questions on in California, how do you feel about the economy and this? And everybody's, you know, that's the number one thing, the economy and this, that, and the other. And do you think the Democrats are doing a good job? We're all saying no, Steve. But then they go, you know, I'm just, some of the polls, the way people are answering, and I'm like, man, you turn around and vote this dude in? It just blows my mind. This whole redistricting thing in California, yeah, it's going to be fought out in the courts, but I don't think it's as big a deal as some are making it out to be. Yeah, they're going to lose all them districts. However, I'm not quite sure what Grump was saying, but Steve, they still have to win them districts, right? So if they're turning the districts Democrat instead of Republican, even though the Republicans are kind of in the area, They got to beat that Republican that's going to run it for that same seat.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure that that they're going to gain all these seats. Now it's my understanding too that the Republicans, Newsom did this because the Republicans kind of got ahead of them. They were doing this down in Texas, I think North Carolina, and the reason Texas got done is because the Biden administration sued Texas over one of the elections. No, that's redistricting. Can't talk right. Isn't right. You guys need to redo it. And it's supposed to be done on an independent council, which Newsom did not do. So somebody on Fox was saying that if you tally up all the redistricting, that the Republicans are ahead, even with this deal in California tonight, as far as gaining seats. Steve, I don't know if you watched Madani's speech. He's got a very good speechwriter.
Mm-hmm.
And he delivers a good speech, man. That's why I said it kind of reminded me of Obama. I think one of the lead comments in the show, it was a powerful speech. I don't know if I'd say it was powerful like Obama, but it better perk your ears up and pay attention to this dude. We ain't seen the last of him. Now, he wasn't born in the United States, from my understanding, correct?
I believe he's from Uganda.
Yes. Yes, sir. So he cannot run for president, but he has the ability to bring the Democrat Party and all these young kids that are thinking the socialist is the way of the future. That's my big worry here. We'll see what happens. I got to listen to a little bit of the podcast, Steve. I didn't get to catch the whole daggone thing. I had cut the grass. I had to run up to Kroger, so I didn't catch all to it again, the whole thing. But it was kind of pretty much what I was saying last night, that this lady that started this investigation got into her daughter's iPad and was like, what the hell am I seeing here? Right? And started doing some investigation, and it led into a big thing, and she found out that there was people trying to infiltrate, trying to get in her chat. And I guess there's a lot of kids that do these live streams, and pretty much anybody can get. They named off all these types of social media accounts. There's a bunch of them. Not just Facebook. I mean, these younger kids aren't on Facebook, Steve. They're on, like, TikTok, some of these other...
Instagram.
But she said that, yeah, stuff like that. She said there was one group that formed 2,000 pedophiles that formed a group. And this is just one of many that were going into the internet and searching out kids as young as 6, 7, 8, and getting in there and using sophisticated tactics to get into these kids' heads. She said she has seen multiple occasions where these demons would convince these 10-year-olds to commit suicide because they're on there talking about how bad their life is and blah blah this and blah blah that, right? Sometimes we all know teenagers go through some hard times, and these people would get on there with these sophisticated tactics, word manipulation, and con these kids into actually committing suicide live while they're live streaming.
Wow.
They would get their rocks off watching this. That's how sick these people are. It's going on all around the world. The amount of violence that's not being reported by the mainstream media over in the UK and in Germany and in France from the immigrants, Steve, is off the charts. Young women, young girls, as young as 12, 13, 14, can't walk down the street without being afraid of getting raped. It's to the point that you think they're living in a Muslim community. If these kids aren't walking down the street with a man or don't have their heads covered, they can be dragged off and raped, and it's happening. They showed some videos. Wasn't on this podcast, it was another one. They showed these videos over in UK.
Mm-hmm.
These 14-year-old girls that the schools are putting out, talking to Muslims to come to the UK because they want to be their wife. I couldn't believe what I was hearing and seeing. Some crazy stuff going on. In New York City, Steve, these people are radicals. Make no mistake about it, they're radical, man. So that's pretty much the gist of it, man. I mean, you know, you got young kids, man, teenagers, and you're just handing them a computer and letting them get into all these sites. And a lady said one of her main goals was a lot of these sites, you have to do age verification now.
Mm-hmm.
She said that did help a lot. That this one particular, I can't remember the name of it, one particular social media site, it was funny because she finally got some real journalists to help her out. And they did an investigation, and they were flabbergasted. And they did a big piece on this social media site where most of this was happening. Well, the same day that they were going to release this journalist findings, this report, they got, man, my mind just, this dementia's kicking in, Steve. The newspaper that was going to release it released another story that was big.
Mm-hmm.
They were, and she thinks they did it on purpose to divert from her story. Well, I'll rewatch it again tomorrow, and I can't remember exactly what that story was. As soon as I hang up on you, I'll think of it. It was something big. If I mentioned it, you would know exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, man, you got teenagers, people. Whew. I mean, we all know this. We've been talking about it for years, ever since the internet came out. Be careful what your kids are getting into. Keep an eye on them. There's settings in there that you can go in, and they need, you know, if they want to get in this one website, they got to come to mommy and daddy, and they let mommy and daddy put the password in and let them get in there. And they were targeting these young girls and boys to run away from home, right? They were being captured and taken into sex slavery.
Right.
See, she just went through all kinds of just crazy stuff, you know? Remember the old Jim Hansen, To Catch a Predator?
Yes.
You know? And you would just think to yourself, the balls of these people to go in somebody's back door thinking that the parents aren't home, to go in here and have their way with this 14-year-old girl. The balls of these people, man. All right, bud. Took enough of your time.
Appreciate the update. You know, and when you go back and watch, time and time again, these predators, they always say, well, I was just here to talk. We were going to talk. Yeah, she was depressed, and I was looking to help her out. I had nothing nefarious in mind. No, we weren't going to have any sort of sexual activity. And then they pull out the text messages, the chain of messages back and forth when he was actually talking with the investigators, the things that he was expecting to do and receive. Well, I didn't mean that. All right, it's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, other industry headlines we'll get to in the forthcoming hour as we wind things down for this hour. This is going to be a very, very crucial thing to watch. The president posting via Truth Social earlier this past evening, stating tomorrow's United States Supreme Court case, which is actually today, right, is literally life or death for our country. With a victory, we have tremendous but fair financial and national security. Without it, we are virtually defenseless against other countries who have for years taken advantage of us. Our stock market is consistently hitting record highs right now. Our country's never been more respected than it is right now. A big part of this is the economic security created by tariffs and the deals we've negotiated because of them. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Daniel McCarthy tries to break down the significance here. In times of national emergency, should the U.S. Supreme Court dictate America's grand strategy and global economic policies? That is the question that confronts the justices this week in a case Learning Resources versus Trump, a case that puts the president's tariff powers to the test. If the president loses, the Treasury faces having to refund more than $100 billion in tariff revenue, and the president's trade strategy will be thrown into chaos. Businesses that have already changed their operations because of tariffs, drawing jobs and supply chain back to America, will be subject to grave new uncertainties. Will the president find other legal grounds for his tariffs, or will his project collapse, throwing the country back into an era of unfettered globalization? The law the president relies most on for his tariffs is the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, which gives him broad powers to regulate international trade when the president declares an emergency, which he has. He's declared both the trade deficit and the fentanyl crisis to be emergencies under that. Hold the thought, and we'll give you more coming up. For 2 decades, TEL has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tel360.com.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
USA Radio News. Election results are showing a good day for the Democrats. Democrat Socialist Zohran Mamdani will be the next mayor of New York City. Mikey Sherrill will win the New Jersey governor's race. And in Virginia, Abigail Spanberger will win the Virginia governor's race.
You all chose leadership that will focus relentlessly on what matters most: lowering costs, keeping our communities safe, and strengthening our economy for every Virginian. Leadership that will focus on problem solving, not stoking division. We chose leadership that will always put Virginia first.
We will continue to have election results throughout the day. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear says 3 people are dead after a UPS cargo jet exploded in an enormous fireball while taking off from Louisville's Muhammad Ali International Airport. At least 11 people were injured. Beshear called the crash catastrophic and says he expects the death toll to rise just because the plane hit 2 businesses and scattered hundreds of thousands of gallons of jet fuel everywhere. That's enough jet fuel to go from Louisville to Honolulu, Hawaii. The governor said there is 3 crew members on board the plane, but did not specify if those were the fatalities he was counting on. Eyewitness video shows the MD-11 wide-body jet rolling down the runway with flames coming off the side of the aircraft. Some are speculating an engine fell off during takeoff. The first rankings of the college football playoff have been released. Ohio State University is leading the nation as the number 1 team. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medishare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medishare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were 0 problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
That's what I keep telling people. People love Medishare, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medishare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear tonight addressing a news conference after a UPS jet crashed on takeoff at Louisville International Airport.
Before we can account for everyone or know that no one else was on the grounds. They're going to provide us with descriptions of the 2 missing employees soon. Again, there's no direct information about non-employees who were there at the time. The radius for the shelter in place has been adjusted. It is now anything north of the airport to the Ohio River. That includes, without limitation, South Louisville, Old Louisville, and downtown. LG&E had some equipment that has been damaged, but they're reporting no major outages at the time. They may, for safety purposes, have to have some outages. Please understand that if that's done, that's to protect you and the people working on it. I've been in direct contact with the CEO of Ford Motor Company. I can tell you that the Ford plant there was not hit, though it has lost power or did lose power for a period of time. But with the number of employees working there, that's a blessing. I've also been in touch with the head of security for the convention center, and everyone is sheltering in place that is there. They have stopped people coming in for the upcoming events for people's safety, and I know they'll be sending out additional information.
Lance Pry, USA Radio News.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saves-lives.org.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Another Another hour underway. Here comes a Wednesday, midweek, hump day, if you'd have it that way, coming our way. Listening to the update in regards to the UPS plane, Louisville. And, of course, that's the place where we all gather annually at the convention center. I just heard him mentioning there that, I guess, events there, being, obviously, the end of that runway was, right there, very close proximity to the convention center. So getting updates on that, but that's where we all get together for the Mid-America Truck Show. There in Louisville on an annual basis, where we kind of hold our, a little more like a family reunion than anything else. For the most part, we talk on a regular basis here via the radio airwaves, but actually oftentimes get to put a face with the voice, as they say, when we all gather there in Louisville. All right. Hello to Drummer Girl, who says, unfortunately, the Northampton County, Pennsylvania voters also elected mostly Democrats. She's not real happy tonight. James, I wouldn't be surprised. I bet today or tomorrow the shutdown ends. This is all being used as political leverage for these elections against Trump. Florida, meanwhile, is still going to redraw and offset California. And it's likely the Supreme Court will do away with these race-based districts. Okay, so the Supreme Court today, again, it's not redistricting, it's the tariffs. Could be very consequential. As we mentioned, businesses that have already changed operations, and how many trillions of dollars of announced investments by major companies, pharmaceutical companies, technology companies, to be building semiconductors and things of that nature here in the U.S. due to the tariffs. That would all be thrown into absolute chaos. As we mentioned, the president relies on the Emergency Economic Powers Act, having declared the trade deficit and the fentanyl crisis to be emergencies. Critics argue the legislation does not authorize tariffs, though. They say tariffs are taxes. The Constitution only gives Congress power to tax, yet obviously it's the president who collects taxes, and by giving the president emergency economic powers to deal with international problems, Congress may logically have given the president power to collect tariffs at whatever rate he deems necessary. The law allows the president to go so far as to suspend trade with a foreign country and impose crippling economic sanctions at his discretion. If a president can do that much under the IEEP, he must be able to take the less drastic step of regulating trade through penalties, tariffs on foreign producers. If the Supreme Court accepts that line of argument, however, it still leaves the question, is the country indeed in an emergency? We've had trade deficits since about 1970, consistently. So the question, what makes today's any different? What's changed is they have reached critical mass, not only in the president's determination, but in the opinion of the American people, which elected the tariff man last year, knowing exactly what he planned to do about industrial decline. The IEEP lets the president, not the courts, make the call about emergencies emanating from abroad. The rule itself, if to rule that the IEEP is unconstitutional, that would be a breathtaking intervention by the Supreme Court, seizing power not only from the president, but from Congress itself. Determining the scope of emergency action is something the American people must have a say about, which makes this a matter for the elected branches of government. If voters don't like how presidents use emergency powers under the IEEP, they can elect a Congress that would change the law. Two branches have to cooperate to give the president this power, and the people have to stand behind them. To countermand the president, the legislature and voters themselves would damage the court's own legitimacy, breeding confusion about just where the buck stops when the country's in dire trouble. Emergency powers that are too broad, as long as voters can correct them, are better than emergency powers that are too narrow to serve the country in a time of need. The court understands this. Their present conservative majority takes a dim view of vaguely worded legislation that presidents can twist to their own economic agenda. Former President Biden's attempt to forgive federal student loans, you'll recall, for example, did not survive the court scrutiny. But the major questions doctrine, as conservative justices understand it, is about preventing presidents from using loosely framed legislation to expand their power in domestic affairs. Foreign policy, that's a different matter, including the economic components of grand strategy. President Trump's tariffs are the keystone of his America First economy. But they're taxes only on foreign goods, and the president's attempting to restructure the world economic order to benefit us. It's the grandest of grand strategy, profound implications, national security, international diplomacy. The tariffs are, after all, the currency of the president's negotiations with foreign leaders. Congress is not in a position to conduct diplomacy or minutely manage policy concerning America's industrial strength relative to our rivals. If the president doesn't have freedom to respond to the big picture and to draw it, then no part of government, not Congress, and certainly not the judiciary, will have the capacity to act on the scale we need to give our nation a unified direction when it comes to global contests. This is one reason the Constitution's framers created the presidency in the first place. They knew there would be situations that called for America to act toward the world with a singular vision. Now, the Supreme Court knows that, which is why it should uphold President Trump's tariffs and leave it to the people and their representatives in Congress to decide if the president ever goes too far. Again, kind of breaking it. Daniel McCarthy, a good explanation of the case, again, the Supreme Court will be taking up today. That's going to be one to follow for sure. It is 844-844-3388. All right, Eagle. See what Eagle has going on this early Wednesday. What's happening, Eagle?
Okay. I got a couple things to talk about, Steve, with this government shutdown, and I want to talk about this plane situation. Now, I'm going to start with the plane in Louisville. Now, I'm not saying that this plane has anything to do with the government shutdown, but during your commercial break about 5 or 10 minutes ago, I had to make sure I heard right what this individual said. Now, you mean to tell me that this plane wasn't checked out before it went down the runway? They're saying that an engine fell off of the plane. Now, how the hell can a motor How the hell can a motor fall off a plane? That plane should have been inspected before it even got on the runway to attempt to get up in the air. Somebody didn't do their job, obviously. If a motor fell off a plane, somebody didn't do what they were supposed to do. Because there's no reason for a motor to fall off a damn plane. But that goes back to what we were talking about a couple of years ago, Steve. It wouldn't surprise me if they had. Do you remember? Wasn't this a UPS plane that went down? Am I right about that?
Yes, it was a UPS plane, and the engine was on fire. There's no confirmation that the engine actually fell off. I mean, I've heard that stated. I saw the video. It doesn't look like the engine fell. It was obviously engulfed in flames, so they weren't getting the thrust they needed from that engine to lift off. But
well, I'm just going by what your guy said on the radio during your break. You can go back and listen. That's what he said. He said that I'm not. This is not something I made. That's what he said. I don't know. I haven't seen the video real close to see, but I'm pretty sure the damn motor did fall off. After, like you said, after it went up in flames and all that, that might have been the reason why it fell off the plane. Because there's no way in hell that plane should have left the compound if it wasn't inspected. If a motor was bolts or something was loose. At least I hope so. Hope not. So, like I said, we got another tragedy. But this I believe that this is a bad sign, Steve, because down in Texas right now, down in Houston, Texas, where I used to live at, they got the airport shut down, opening and closing. They got people waiting long lines of people waiting to get into the airport because there is not enough workers. These air traffic controllers are calling in sick because they're not receiving no pay because of the Democratic shutdown, not a Republican shutdown, a Democratic shutdown. These people are not showing up for work, and it's not just in the Houston airport, it's other airports around America. Now that's a very dangerous deal there, Steve. When you're talking about not having the proper traffic controllers in these towers, they setting themselves up for something real bad to happen with a plane going down. When I heard about this plane going down today, I was hoping that it wouldn't be 200 or 300 passengers. Luckily, it wasn't that many, 3 people on the plane. But like I said, they need to get this government open back up. We're on a record-setting day today. This number 36 of this so-called shutdown. And don't look like no progress is being made, except the Democrats. They claim they got what they want, and it's an embarrassment, Steve. Like you never heard me say nothing good about New York City, and you'll never hear me say something good about it. After what they did today, you definitely not gonna hear me say nothing good about New York City. For them to elect that man, for them to elect that socialist / communist as the new mayor of New York City, that's an insult. That's an insult for that guy. And Donald Trump, like you say, he should cut off all funding to the to the city of New York, because that guy should not be the mayor of the biggest city in the United States of America. It is a total embarrassment that this guy got elected. I don't know what the people in New York are thinking. Obviously, they're not thinking, but it's a sad day in America as far as I'm concerned when you elect a man like that. But like I say, it's all going. The Democrats, the Sommers, and all these people, they getting what they want, Steve. They trying to make Trump out to be the bad guy in this government shutdown. People are, all people see is that they're not receiving their benefits. People are not getting paid, and they think it's Trump. No, it's not Trump. It's all they got. Like you said last night, all they got to do is sign that one bill, and then they can work on the rest of the negotiations after they get the damn government. But they don't even want to do that. They want to hold the United States hostage for as long as they can. That's what they're doing, is holding the United States hostage at this point. It's really disgusting, Steve. I never thought in my life, I keep saying these same things because I think it can't get worse. But, every time, over the past couple of years I've been talking to you, I never thought there would be a day when I would call into your show and we would be on day number 36 of a government shutdown, and we would have a man like that being elected as mayor of New York City. We almost seek it to all-time lows now. We almost hit that all-time low when Kamala Harris almost became the president of the United States of America. Luckily, we avoided that. But I'm almost scared to see what's going to happen in the coming weeks in the future. At this point, Steve, it's really sad what's going on in America. And like I said, and I'm going to say this one last thing before I hang up with you. If I lived in New York City, if I was in New York City, I'd be going to get to the nearest U-Haul location and rent me a U-Haul so I can pack everything I own, all my belongings, and load it up in that van and get the hell out of New York City. And I thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, it's the big question is that there is predictions and polls stating there may be a mass exodus, especially from the more wealthy individuals. As Mondami, New York already, when you combine federal, state, local taxes, they already given 50% of your income to the government in some form or fashion. Mondami wants to take even more out of your paycheck there in New York. But all right, 22 past the hour.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
All right, a couple of industry updates for you quickly. In the recent week, states have issued emergency declarations due to fuel shortages, concerns about the harvest, bird flu rearing its ugly head again. Add another state to the list as facility maintenance delays and transportation issues in eastern regions of this state have resulted in emergency conditions. We're adding North Dakota. North Dakota officials said agricultural producers rely on fall fertilizer application, and any disruption of the fertilizer supply chain threatens the ability of farmers to apply fertilizer in a timely manner. The long haul has put a strain on the industry being able to run the trucks for enough hours to meet demand, resulting in a delay for farmers who have an already shortened application window, according to the declaration. Cases of the bird flu, avian influenza have also affected the state's agricultural economy. North Dakota officials said the waiver requested by the Agricultural Commissioner is to ensure agricultural inputs, including dry fertilizer, liquid fertilizer, and hydrous ammonia, are available during this time. Temporarily suspending the hours of service would ensure motor carriers and drivers can secure, obtain, transport, and deliver said products to meet the needs of the farmers. The emergency order says this North Dakota emergency remains in effect through November 13th at this point in time. Meanwhile, in New York, I don't know with the new mayor if anything will change here or not, but the New York City, recall the truck idling law? The reporting system there may see some changes coming as local officials vow that the days of the six-figure bounty hunters are over. The top 5 earners that are profiting from what they call the Big Apple's Citizen Idling Complaint Program that allows people to report a truck that's idling around the city. Top 5 have all made more than $500,000 since 2019. There are people literally making their income. This is their job, going out around the city looking for you idling your truck. Those who report commercial vehicles violating the idling law, banning them from idling more than 3 minutes when you park on the side of the road, they can earn anywhere from 25 to 50% of the fines they collect from a legitimate offense. We'll pick up there. First, operate under your own authority. Choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News. I'm Lance Pry. Election night in America. Virginia has a new governor. Democrat Abigail Spanberger will win the Virginia governor's race.
Safe and strengthening our economy for every Virginian. Leadership that will focus on problem solving, not stoking division. We chose leadership that will always put Virginia first.
In New Jersey, the Democrats also win the governor's mansion. Mikey Sherrill, a former Navy helicopter pilot and former federal prosecutor, will be the governor of New Jersey. It's also being reported Democrat socialist Zohran Mamdani will win the New York City mayoral race and will be the next mayor of New York City. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people love Medi-Share, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support. Plus, access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, we've been talking about this for years. The anti-idling laws that had spread around the country. And, of course, New York had topped the list, especially places like Hunts Point. You know, when it gets mighty damn cold in the middle of winter, right? Heat waves in the summer, and they implement the idling laws no more than 3 minutes, and then they offered the people the opportunity to become snitches. So if I can stand out there and set my stopwatch and actually video with my phone, and you're idling for more than 3 minutes, boom, I can turn you in. And you know, the fines can range anywhere from $350 to as much as $2,000. And they say 95% of the claims are actually proven legitimate. The top 5 earners have made, let me start at number 1. This one individual has made $895,000 and some change since 2019, turning in truckers. 3 individuals making between $700 and $750,000. The 5th highest earner, $585,800. At least one of these earners says the city has not paid him the money they claim they have. Yeah, the guy that reportedly earned $585,000. Local officials say this reporting system was never intended to be a full-time job. It has to be reformed. A specific plan to reform the program hasn't been determined yet. But one city councilman in the Queen says the days of a six-figure bounty hunter are over. We're not doing that anymore. For some people, this program has become an occupation. It was not intended to be that. Now, of course, as I said, you got a new mayor, Mamdani, coming in, and he loves to suck as much money out of your pocket as he can. So I don't know that it's going to go away or not. I wouldn't be surprised if Mamdani says, how many millions of dollars have we brought in? Let's expand it. That may be his mentality. Let me quickly get to Philip in Florida here on a Wednesday. Here comes a hump day, Philip.
Yeah, hump day? Hey, how much money have they made on them red light cameras? They're getting more of them down here.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. I mean, they're going to do whatever they take. And they use that word, Steve. You know that word, that S word, safety. When they bring that word up, look out. Look out. I know it's really tough in California with that idling thing. I know they're really strict about it there. I guess they've never been up in Alaska when they've got to run the truck to keep things going. So, I don't know. It is what it is. I want to touch on Louisville. First off, I want to give everybody our thoughts and prayers in Louisville because those folks are going to have a rough morning when the sun comes up. They got to get things straightened out. And Eagle, I'll let Eagle know this. I worked with airplanes. They do a pre-flight before the airplane takes off, and that's done by the pilot. And that pre-flight can't tell if bolts are loose. And by the way, it's not bolts that hold those engines on. It's actually big old pins that hold those engines on. And yes, there has been an airplane of that variant that had an engine fall off in Chicago in 1979. It was a DC-10. It's a variant of that. That MD-11 is actually a variant of the DC-10.
Mm-hmm.
But, it happens, Steve. Things happen. When things are put together on airplanes, we are the weak link to any kind of mechanical application. The human element in anything is the weak link. We are going to make mistakes. It's going to happen. I'm sorry. It's just the way it is. Things are going to happen. That airplane did not have an engine fall off. The cowlings blew off of that engine and are sitting by the runway. I seen the footage of it last night when the news helicopters were flying over it last night. When I got home from work and I found out about this accident, because it happened on my way home from work.
Yeah.
That my wife was like, hey, so on YouTube there was tons of live video.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, raw live video of helicopters flying around over the runways and whatnot. You could see the pieces, and the engine cowlings were falling off of that plane about halfway down the runway. So when they throttled that plane up, something happened with the fuel system on it. Don't know exactly. I'm just speculating. It's only speculation. But something happened with the fuel on that plane. I think something caused that thing to have something go along with the fueling system on it.
Okay.
The cowlings were about halfway down the runway, and the upper and lower ones, and you can see the plane when it fell to the ground. You could see that left side engine, which is the number one engine, was on fire, like you said, Steve.
Right.
I mean, it's going to be a lengthy investigation by the NTSB. Those folks are going to have a long time to look at this. And from what I understand, the last count that I saw was there were 7 people that were deceased.
Yep.
And that there was 11 people injured.
That's the numbers I saw, and it's
going to be a long day.
They're expecting that to go higher, I guess, because the fireball, 38,000 gallons of fuel that engulfed. I mean, if there were people in buildings or vehicles that were engulfed in that, I'm sure there's probably going to be more deceased found out there. as they're doing their grid search. Now, in the video you saw, Philip, did the plane actually, did it get off the ground, or did it just go off the runway and out there into the businesses? I couldn't really tell if it got off the ground or not.
It did get off the ground. It did rotate.
Okay.
The problem was, like you said earlier, there was not enough power. You didn't have enough power to lift ratio was not right. It basically lifted off enough. But see, Steve, the train of thought is when you're a pilot and you have an issue on ascent, which means you're taking off. When you take off, you go full throttle when you're taking off. Those engines were at full throttle when they were taking off. Okay? And when you take off, if you have something on takeoff, you go around. You try to get as much lift out of the vehicle as you can. You go around and you come back and you land, or you figure out how you're going to land. That is the rule of thumb with being a pilot. And that he knew he probably had a problem, and he was trying to get as much lift as he could. He couldn't get as much lift. The gear were still down on that airplane. The landing gears were still down on that airplane. And there's footage. I mean, I saw tops of buildings. You can see tops of buildings look like something, a knife just sheared the top of the building off, down the middle. And it's going to be a long investigation. I'll tell you what, I don't know how many trailers are in Louisville, but there was quite a few trailers on fire in that industrial park. From what I could see in the footage, there was a lot of trucking companies in that area. I know that there was an environmental company in that area that got hit that does hazmat cleanup. They were another one. The one channel I was watching on YouTube, they literally had a scanner, the scanner, listening to the firefighters on the scanner, and they had it playing on a YouTube channel and saying, "Hey, we're going to this address now. No, we're going to this one. We found this. We're going to." They were going from address to address. And they were also running out of water, Steve. They had hydrants that were running out of water. They were using so much water that they just running out of water in that section of the city. So it's a bad situation. It was rough. And they had a lot of different entities in it. I mean, every surrounding town around that area had their firefighters there last night.
Yes.
And they're still there probably fighting it, and kudos to that community, though. They stuck together. Now, I don't know much about Governor Beshear, but I can say this much. They pulled a lot of people together really quickly to get things going, and kudos to them. And UPS, I know they're working with them as much as they can with all the stats and all that stuff. And it's going to be a long day for them because they shut that terminal down. That terminal shut down, I believe, today.
Till today.
If I'm not mistaken.
Sometime later
and I know
today.
The airport. Yes. I know there's going to be a lot of things happening. And Steve, we can't not touch the night. What was your feelings on Dick Cheney passing away yesterday?
Yeah, I saw that rather early in the day. I mean, I wasn't heartbroken. I simply made a post, and I think it was something akin to, I hope he was right with the Lord before he passed. He did not take any personal wealth with him. I mean, he made a lot of money. I feel as though a lot of men and women in uniform lost their lives due to some of his policies. That was my personal sentiment.
Yes. Now, one thing that we always go through, every time we've had any kind of major thing happen in the United States, there's always that picture of something that happened during that day. And remember 911. If we don't ever have any respect for Dick Cheney, the one thing we need to respect Dick Cheney for. Now, I'm with you in the same belief as far as some of the stuff that he did politically and things like that caused a lot of craziness. But the one thing that man did that honored a lot of respect of a lot of Americans was during 911, he helped triage people at the Pentagon. And there's pictures of him carrying people out of the Pentagon, helping out, which is that's what America's about, helping out. And that gained a lot of respect from a lot of folks for Dick Cheney. And that's one picture that will never go out of my head. I mean, it's like one of those instances, you know, like when Challenger blew up off Cape Canaveral, or when President Kennedy stepped off the airplane to go in Texas. There's pictures through history that you will always remember, and that's one that will always be in my mind with Dick Cheney out there helping people. I also remembered when he was at 911, when he briefed President Bush outside of the Pentagon after 911 happened. And the president got to see all the damage to the building, and he took him around to where he needed to go to see everything. You know, that's another thing that, you know, there's a lot of things in life that you remember, and that's one thing I'll remember about Dick Cheney. Now, did he do everything right? Absolutely not. We all know about the deal with Halliburton. We know all that stuff.
Yep.
You know, but they're like you said, you can't take it with you when you go. And that's just the way it is. So, but hopefully those folks in Louisville, they can get things straightened around. We can get her back up. I wasn't really watching the elections yesterday. I need to check out one in Florida here. I don't know. There was one down here in Orlando with Regina Hill. I need to check that election out and see if she won it or not, because that one there has got a really mixed up story behind it. So, but that's all I got today, buddy. You have a good day, and thanks for having me.
All right, Philip, thank you for chiming in. I did get out and vote this past day, as I mentioned last evening. There was, it was only one page, and most of it was simply about the police levy, which I was pleasantly surprised to see that it actually passed. Very difficult to get more money out of people's pockets these days, but so my local police department will not be facing the cuts that they're looking at a reduction in force and reduction in response times, and aside from that, there were a couple of community township trustees and things of that nature, which that was about it. Yeah, it's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot Secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, great to have you along for the ride. A new day comes our way, Wednesday. And what's happening, Vic? Good morning.
Well, you got me totally confused with topics there, but just to back up there, you were talking about that anti-idling law. Did they create an exemption for that, for the auxiliary power units, and also if you had an animal in the cab, you were allowed to idle to protect your pet. I don't know if that's still the case or not, but I know that I didn't like it. I liked running upstate New York until the winter time, and if you had to stop at some of their, I call them rest areas, but they were more than just a rest area. They had, restaurants there and everything else. And most people would run their APUs or run the truck because you had to think about the fear of fuel gelling if you didn't, because some of those trucks, I believe it was Volvo. Volvo had a terrible thing there. They didn't reheat the fuel. Now all the other trucks, the fuel actually would be reheated as it ran through the engine. So I mean, there are so many issues there. It's absolutely unbelievable. And the deal with Trump and the emergency thing, I thought that whenever a president declared an emergency, that actually had to be approved by Congress in some way, somehow. Whether or not Trump went through that whole procedure, I don't know. I really haven't kept up with that. And when he tariffed Canada, it's not surprising that the people in North Dakota are having a problem with fertilizer, because I think it's potash that Canada has a lot of, and that's where a lot of it used to come from for that upper Midwest farming community. So there's a whole lot there. But really, before you brought up all those other subjects, I don't know. Do you remember when Muzak, that played all that department store music, got in trouble because they were creating subliminal messages in the music they were playing, and also a lot of television ads, political ones. They had subliminal messages in them. I don't know. You wouldn't have been very old when a lot of that came about, and I don't know if you ever heard about it or knew about it or anything else, except now we've moved on to computers, so affecting the way people think and all that. And and the other thing too is, with this government shutdown, they said it would end when planes would start falling out of the sky, so I guess that's going to be coming to an end here in the next day or two. Plus the Democrats won a lot of executive positions, but the big question is, like in New York City, what happened to the council, the different councilmen's races and everything, because Mondani can only do what the council approves. So I'm not exactly sure how he's going to work around all that, or maybe the council will go along with him. But by and large, that was basically my take on a lot of these elections. And they have the whole deal with this shutdown. It seems to me like that was just another bailout of Obamacare, and it obviously failed big time. And the Democrat solution was to create more subsidies. And now that whenever they decided to shut down the government, because they really don't want to discuss all the issues and go back to the old way that the government was supposed to operate, where you have the subcommittee hearings and the committee hearings, and it goes through the whole thing, and then it gets funded. And by and large, I would have to say that for about the last 20 years, government has been a big failure. And although we don't call ourselves democratic socialists, they've been trying to pull it that way, and to get out there and actually discuss it and discuss what all happened. The Democrats really don't want that to happen, and that they just want to stop that before the 2026 midterms is my think on that. But it keeps affecting more and more people, and the negative things are going to start hitting. And that's like, I'm on a Medicare Advantage plan, and the way those Advantage plans work is the government pays an insurance company so much money to take over the responsibility of Medicare payments. Now, whether the insurance companies are going to get paid if the government doesn't have funding, and in turn, those of us on Advantage plan, we might be forced back onto the regular Medicare plan, and that's going to change everything. So this whole thing with the shutdown, it's not only going to affect the ACA recipients, what are they going to do about all these Medicare Advantage plans there? Mm-hmm. And you mentioned Louisville. Humana was one of the big ones, and I had a friend, a relative actually that worked there, and whenever these some people would drop the Advantage plan, the company would keep paying the Advantage plan because they take so much money out of your Social Security payment actually to meet that premium, and a lot of the insurance companies would go ahead and pay that premium when people really weren't even on the program anymore because they were getting so much money from the government. So it's quite a knot there that I don't think they'll ever get untangled. If they don't go back, they keep passing these omnibus bills and continuing resolutions.
Yep.
And that's kind of unbelievable. And it's almost government by edict rather than government by representation. So,
and when they put together the omnibus bills, that's what they refer to as must-pass legislation, and inevitably that's when you end up with hundreds and hundreds of items, pork as we call it, always shoved into those bills because it's must-pass legislation. Hey, let's pause for a news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry, whether you're starting out or leveling up. TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. Results from yesterday's election are coming in. Democrat Socialist Zohran Mamdani will win the New York City mayor's race. Mikey Sherrill will win the New Jersey governor's race. In Virginia, Abigail Spanberger will win the Virginia governor's race. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear confirmed 3 people are dead after a UPS cargo jet exploded in an enormous fireball while taking off from Louisville's Muhammad Ali International Airport. It's not confirmed yet, but videos and eyewitness accounts are leaning towards engine number 1 on the UPS jet falling off the wing during takeoff. No one will be able to confirm that until the NTSB signs off on it. A press conference was held this evening in Louisville, Kentucky. Louisville Fire Captain Brian O'Neill.
This is happened in Okolona, and so I want to make sure we give credit to the fact that the Okolona Fire Department first on the scene, took command of the scene, and so we are there in support to help them. And we've got units from the rest of the Jefferson County Fire Departments there, as well as surrounding counties. Obviously, the Airport Fire Department is a huge factor in this as well. We've also received assistance from some of the industry around here that has firefighting foam. That is absolutely necessary. As you heard, this was a UPS plane that was taking off, getting ready to go all the way to Honolulu, Hawaii. So we're talking about over 250,000 gallons of jet fuel that was on that plane. So we're talking about a very, very dangerous situation. The area that's affected on Grade Lane at Melton, and it's about a city block wide. You've got fuel recycling storage and some bulk fuel storage that's right there. You also have the auto parts area. There's a lot of issues that are going on with being able to surround and try to contain this fire.
We are America's news network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Virginia's next governor, Abigail Spanberger.
To everyone who helped us achieve this win, from the bottom of my heart, I thank you. I thank you for the trust that you have placed in me, and it is the honor of my lifetime to be elected the 75th governor of the Commonwealth. I would like to thank my opponent for a hard-fought race, the Lieutenant Governor's story, her military service, and her years of service here in Virginia deserve our respect and our gratitude, and I ask that you join me in wishing her and her family well.
Thanks for being there. Lance Pry, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
As we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Everybody on the same page. Welcome into a Wednesday. Todd Wheeler, one of our listening friends, shared a bit earlier. With all this discussion about, we've heard in the news breaks when they were talking about the number of gallons, where there was kind of misquoting 260,000 or 280,000 gallons of fuel versus pounds. With a little bit of airline knowledge, he kind of explained, if you take a Boeing 747-8F, that's an aircraft that can hold approximately 59,568 gallons of jet fuel. Jet fuel weighs about 6.7 pounds per gallon, meaning that plane can carry well over 400,000 pounds of fuel at maximum capacity. The McDonnell Douglas MD-11F, the freighter model for UPS, has a standard fuel capacity of about 38,615 gallons, which is about 220 to 260,000 pounds of fuel, depending on the exact variant and fuel density. Now, the amount of fuel a plane carries for a specific flight depends on factors such as the distance of the route, the aircraft's weight, including the cargo, the wind conditions, reserve requirements. Therefore, 220,000 pounds would be a very common, very typical fuel load for a large UPS cargo plane on a substantial route, which obviously Honolulu, Hawaii would be. So he says, my thoughts, my prayers go out to all those affected by the UPS plane crash there in Louisville. And then this woman, who is obviously the wife of a UPS pilot, kind of explains how she spent her past day by sharing. She gets a text message that says, your husband flies, right? Is he flying this week? She said, what an odd, random text from my friend. I'm driving the kids home from sports activities. I responded, yeah, he's flying right now, actually. Took off from Louisville a short time ago. And there's no response. About 3 minutes later, I texted her, hey, can you pray? As the breaking news alert came up on my phone that a UPS flight just went down shortly after taking off from Louisville. Multiple casualties. Obviously, I surmised from her text she knew that, though. But for the next nearly hour, my heart was in my throat. Tonight, my hands shaking, sobbing. I thought I lost him. He's the rock of our family, our everything. Had I ever actually told him that? I had to pull the car over. Some of the kids in the car, hey guys, mommy doesn't feel good. I need a minute. I just need to pull over. My husband had last texted me at 4:41 p.m. stating, I love you, getting ready to take off. That's the last message I had. I was trying to line up when the crash happened with that last text. Wasn't a whole lot of time. Was it him? It could have actually been my phone blowing up with friends and loved ones asking the question, are you okay? Is he okay? Have you heard from him? No, I don't know. Can't get a hold of him. My mind in 1,000,001 places. What if that plane was his? What if his plane was it? What if his plans changed? What if? I read my last text to him. It was silly, meaningless, complaining about what one of the kids did, stuff that doesn't matter. Why did I even waste time with that? I prayed, I cried, for myself, yes, but for others too. This is someone's life, many people's lives. The video of the crash coming up on my phone, the massive fireball, I still didn't know if he was okay yet. I was sick. It felt like an eternity, but finally I heard from him after he had safely landed several states over. It wasn't him. I could finally breathe. Relief for me, but guess what? This is someone's entire world, someone's parent, someone's soulmate, someone's child, someone's person to complain about the kids with. I am praying tonight for the families of at least 7 souls lost, people who just went to work, kissed their loved ones goodbye, and that was it. It could be any of us. My heart breaks for all of them. I've had many people reaching out, checking in. For that, I am grateful. Thank you for all your thoughtfulness. I try to be present, but events like this really put your problems in life in perspective. None of us is promised tomorrow. None of us. Please never waste an opportunity to tell someone you love them, that you adore them, that they're your everything. Wow. A day in the life of an airline pilot, and that would be essentially for first responders and anyone. The truck drivers. There are drivers that don't make it home to their family on any given day. As so many of our listening friends chime in via the Facebook, YouTube feeds on a nightly basis, tell them you love them every chance you get, right? All right. Hello to Norman, checking in from north central Kansas. No work today. Maybe one more trip this week. We'll be headed out to Colorado next week till after Thanksgiving. We might stay till after Christmas. All right. Good morning, all. 844-844-3388. Send your heat wave. Good morning.
Good morning, senor, from, I think it's Wheat Ridge, Colorado. That TA truck stop here is on 70. Oh, I tell you what, that's a little bit of a drive. But I called you to hear. I'm glad I had service. Tell you what, that was one of the first things when I got up here about an hour and a half ago. It's like, what in the hell? I mean, seeing nothing but a fireball there.
Yeah.
Finding out that some of the cowling had come off. That's unusual. Now, my experience with the aircraft is twin-engine Hueys. That's what I worked on when I was in the Air Force, UH-1Ns. And, the mechanics go through. The flight engineers have a checklist that they go through. And all the technical orders that would be needed are on the aircraft. Surprise, surprise, especially in Hueys. They're called technical orders, what you need to look at, what you need to do, how this system operates, and it's several different books, lots of pages. So, I mean, the aircraft mechanic would, it's not just one, it's a group of people that will go over and they'll be given, as while I was in, we were given certain areas to look at. And then when the pilots got there, they looked at it as well. I mean, they were in their flying suits, so I mean, they were going to get dirty. They knew it, but they were also dealing with the pre-flight of all the instruments on the inside. So, and then when they started the Hueys up, I mean, it wasn't like they had an auxiliary power unit like other aircraft had. No, you had to stand underneath on the ground while the blades were turning, open the cowling to make sure you didn't have any fuel leaks. So, or any other leak, hydraulic or whatnot. So yeah, it's in a Huey. It's not that. It's just small compared to what was that, a DC 1110, 1011 that they blew up. I mean, all it is, it's a 3-engine aircraft, one on each wing and then one in the tail.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, it can get pretty in depth. And basically, what a pilot does is when he walks outside and takes a look, he just makes sure everything is closed and there ain't nothing dripping. So that's your pre-flight.
Yeah.
And then you have your through flights whenever you are scheduled to land at certain areas before you actually get to your final destination. You just go through, and it's kind of like walking around your truck, making sure all your tires are full air, and make sure you're not leaking anything and there's nothing loose or nothing burn out, like a lights or whatnot. And then when you finally get to your final destination, well, there's your post-flight. And, of course, we call it post-trip. And that's basically what you're doing. You're just going around making sure everything's still on there. And, of course, you can't really check your fluids because it's too damn hot. You got to wait for it to settle down. So, but that's when your fluids will be leaking. So, as far as, a fixed wing goes, it's beyond my pay grade. All I know is rotary wing.
Mm-hmm.
So that sure sounded bad. Well, and kind of like you, I really didn't know that Vice President Cheney had passed, and I'm not shedding any tears, He was there doing the job he was elected to do, for better or worse. And I wonder if that guy that he shot in the face while dove hunting that one time, wonder how he feels about him passing. He's probably like good riddance to bad rubbish, Guy couldn't
Right.
aim for crap. So are the Democrats now going to vote to open the government, or are they still going to keep it shut down?
Everything I'm hearing is
Democrats,
everybody's wagering. Give them 24 to 48 hours, and it'll be back open. What do you think?
well, we have a state senator, and his name is Martin Heinrich. I call him Hindlick because that's pretty much what he does. He looks everyone's hind end. He said this was an election about Trump, and I said, no, you're just an ass. But if this is the way they want to go, if they want to go Democrat socialist, spend. I mean, the folks that can afford to leave, whatever state they're in, they're going to do so. They're going to take a little bit of a loss trying to sell their house or business or whatnot, but they're going to leave because they can afford to. And so, so what happens to your tax base? Well, your higher taxed money-making individuals are leaving, so I guess you're going to have to go to the next tax base, which is the one you said you weren't going to go after. They're not going to be able to afford to move, so they're going to be stuck with the burden. And then their attitude is, well, why should I even try if over half of my income is going to go for city tax? State, federal, and,
Right.
county, whatever. So No one is going to want to do anything to support anyone else that doesn't want to lift a foot to go to work or lift a hand to swing that hammer. This is going to be an abject failure. There's going to be buyer's remorse, and I hope it's rather sooner than later. But people are hard-headed.
The big question, right? How quickly can we see the city begin to spiral downward? Will we have verification before the midterms roll around?
I hope so. Midterms are next year, right?
Yes. Yeah.
I hope so. I hope it's evident just how stupid some people are by believing you can get something for nothing. And, everybody deserves everything. And everybody is a broad general sense in not just American citizens, but illegal aliens or foreigners or whoever. Yeah, I'm like I said, I hope he does, because this is going to be a hard lesson to learn, and there's going to be a lot of buyer's remorse. Somebody asked me, well, did you vote for Trump? Yes, I did. Are you remorseful for doing so? No.
Nope.
Some things I don't like, but he is actually there for my benefit, for a lot of other people's benefit who believe in, being financially responsible.
Bringing jobs back, bringing manufacturing back,
yes.
Making America first. Yes. Yeah, bringing pharmaceutical manufacturing to the United States, lessening our dependence on China, India, for the medications that our lives depend on. Yeah, there's a very lengthy list, but the rest of the story, real quick. Obviously, the Senate failing to reopen the government again on Tuesday. We're now past the longest record for a shutdown. Yeah, some Democrats again joined Republicans in the 14th attempt. The vote, 54-44, still short of the 60 needed. We're now pushing into the 36th day. You had the Democrat senators Catherine Cortez Masto of Nevada, John Fetterman again of Pennsylvania, Angus King of Maine, the independent that voted with Republicans, Rand Paul once again of Kentucky, breaking ranks, voting with the Democrats. I don't get it with Rand Paul. John Thune, Senate Majority Leader, remained hopeful that a deal could be reached soon, telling reporters, based on my gut and how these things operate, I think we're getting close to an off-ramp. The object here, try to get something we could send back to the House that would open up the government. President Trump continues to urge end the Senate filibuster, warning that failure to do so is going to result in huge losses for the party as a whole in the midterms next year. Of course, obviously, SNAP food assistance has become a major pressure point for lawmakers in both parties. Trump trying to tie the continuation of SNAP benefits to reopening the government, which, of course, SNAP benefits, which increased by billions and billions of dollars, manyfold under the previous administration. At one point yesterday, he posted, it's only going to be given back when the radical left Democrats open the government, which they can easily do and not before. Now, that had to be addressed by the press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, because we had the judge's orders that came down, late last week, and she kind of said, well, the president can say what he wants, but we are doing what the court has ordered. It's not the kind of thing where you can just do overnight, like flipping a light switch. It takes time to get these contingency funds, but that's going to account to I think half of what the benefits would normally be to get them through the next couple of weeks, whatever. So 844-844-3388. What's happening with Pup this morning?
Oh, not much. much. I know it's a nice night to drive. I have full moon and no hard wind or nothing like that. Hey, Steve, did you happen to see the video out of that maroon Volvo that was sitting over at that trucking company? If you go to UPS plane on YouTube, I believe it's like the third or fourth video down, you can see from his angle, I mean, that thing flew right in front of him.
Mm-hmm.
It was in the air. But when it crossed over the path of that Volvo's dash cam, he was sitting still inside the trucking company. There's a lot of trailers there. I think it's a trucking company. But that left wing was not on the plane.
Wow.
It either hit one of those trailers or hit that building. But that left wing was not on that plane, and the plane had rotated 90 degrees when it flew in front of him, and I imagine it landed upside down at the rate it was going when it went out of his line of sight, or the camera's line of sight.
Wow.
I was just going to bring that to your attention, that all I did was put in UPS, and then it came up plane, and I pushed on that, and there's like 3 or 4 videos of it being on the runway on fire.
Mm-hmm.
But then, like the fourth or fifth one is from that maroon Volvo sitting in that lot. I mean, it happened all right there in front of that truck. So
Wow.
I'm just going to bring that to your attention. So we're just kick back listening, and we'll talk at you later.
So I know there's tons of videos, and undoubtedly more will be surfacing in the day ahead. Maybe like Ring doorbell cameras, traffic cameras, numerous auto dash cams that have already. And I saw the one with, I believe it may be airport personnel, whether they were baggage handlers or what, out there on their carts or whatever, that was filming the plane going down the runway in flames. And they were saying, back up, back up. I think it's going to crash. Sure enough, it did. All right, about a minute before news break. Get back to your calls ahead. It is 844-844-3388. As we make our way into a brand new day, midweek coming on. They spoke to the former New York Police Department Chief John Chell this past day. And he's giving his 2 cents, strong concerns about what he calls a dangerous future for New York City now that Mamdani has won the election there. How many law enforcement officers may be retiring early or exiting? We'll tell you what he had to say coming up just ahead. For 2 decades, Tell has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tell360.com.
USA Radio News. I'm Lance Pry. Election night in America. Virginia has a new governor. Democrat Abigail Spanberger will win the Virginia governor's race.
Safe and strengthening our economy for every Virginian. Leadership that will focus on problem solving, not stoking division. We chose leadership that will always put Virginia first.
In New Jersey, the Democrats also win the governor's mansion. Mikey Sherrill, a former Navy helicopter pilot and former federal prosecutor, will be the governor of New Jersey. It's also being reported Democrat socialist Zohran Mamdani will win the New York City mayoral race and will be the next mayor of New York City. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medishare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medishare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people. People love Medishare, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medishare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back to the former NYPD chief, John Schell. Reflecting this past day on his experience as a September 11 first responder, criticizing Mondami, of course a member of the Democrat Socialist of America, for invoking those attacks while campaigning. It's offensive to use September 11 for any political platform, he said just before the official announcement that he had won. Shell said, I was there pulling friends and brothers from the rubble. To see someone distort that moment is disturbing. Now, he went on to warn Mondami's policies, such as decriminalizing prostitution, reducing police staffing, granting disciplinary authority to the Civilian Complaint Review Board will devastate the NYPD. He warned over 4,000 veteran officers might retire immediately if those sort of reforms are implemented. This is going to be a recipe for disaster, was his quote. He said, we're talking about letting a 20-year-old kid with purple hair decide whether a cop keeps his job. The Civilian Complaint Review Board, in other words. If that happens, the department will collapse. He also criticized Mondami's support for defunding police, free public transit, a refusal to cooperate with immigration enforcement federally, policies like eliminating the NYPD Strategic Response Group is going to make the city vulnerable to unrest and crime spikes. After 12 years under mayors Bill de Blasio and Eric Adams, Chell said morale among officers is already low. Cops are tired. They're not going to stay for this. If this agenda moves forward, there won't be enough police to keep this city safe. He concluded Mondami's police proposed policies, combined with all of his past rhetoric about Israel and socialism, is an existential threat to New York's safety and stability. Simply put, he said, it's not going to be good. Wow. All right, we shall see. Buckwheat, how the heck are you? Rolling into the beautiful city of New York, I presume.
Yeah, I guess it's a red city now. I don't know, but communist city. But yeah, about the idling laws, our company got some of those little love letters, and for idling, if you have your little doggy in the truck, you are allowed to idle your truck. APU units are okay to run. You're allowed to run your truck if you're operating a lift gate or something like that in the process of unloading. But yeah, it's a nuisance. I generally shut my truck off unless it's in, well, I have a heater, my bunk heater in my truck, so in the wintertime I can take care of that. AC, well, sometimes I sweat it out for a little bit, but, I do start and stop my truck, but, yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, about, the Democrats are fussing about the cost of health insurance going up, and health care going up and getting so expensive. We just had on Saturday, we had our company-wide our enrollment period opened up, so we got the new updated cost for insurance, and the insurance agent was saying, like, Blue Cross and that costs for next year are shooting like 50 to 75% increases for the cost of the insurance. Our insurance only went up my cost went up a little less than 10%. So, yeah, we don't like that, but it's going to happen. So the Democrats, they're fussing about, everybody having to pay more for the insurance. Well, that's sort of everybody's doing that, I mean, the general public, so why shouldn't the people on government insurance be doing the same thing, But anyhow, that's, it is what it is, and it's a necessary evil, and yeah, I've used our insurance, and yeah, we have a high deductible, but I'm thankful my company, I think it's like a $6,000 deductible, but after I pay $1,500 of deductible, my company will pay the rest. So that's nice, you know. But anyhow, yesterday I did my civic duty. I thought I went and voted, and on the way coming home, I ran into a situation. Two-time world champion bull hauler, he forgot half his load.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, it was down by the local bar there, and there was a couple cows sitting around there. I don't know if they were going to the watering trough at the bar or what, but they were actually our neighbors' cows. I recognize them from walking past them in the pasture. So me and she used to be a neighborhood girl. We walked the steers, cows back to towards their pasture, and we're trying to get a hold of the farmer, and the police were there, and a couple other people were there, and it was like, I was shocked. This here neighborhood girl, she grew up 2 doors from us, and she was about 6 months pregnant now. She's a woman now. She's about 30-some years old, but I was just thinking about her life, when she was 17, she had gotten pregnant and had a serious car accident when she was about 8 months pregnant, and she really changed her life around. She's a local business owner now, and has a couple other kids, but they're married, and it's nice to see her life. You hear too often of these teenage pregnancies that things go haywire in their lives, but she made something of herself, so that is what it is, and we got the cattle back to where they needed to be, and I guess the farmer's going to have to fix his fence now, but anyhow, it's but actually I'm heading into I'm actually almost getting ready to cross the GW Bridge now, and Monday the Cross Bronx was moving. That I have radar in front of my truck. I can tell how fast objects are in front of me, and I had 2 cars pass me. One was doing 113 and one was doing 115 mile an hour across the Cross Bronx. So I think it was moving pretty good on Monday, but it hardly ever morning goes by that I don't have somebody passing me at 100 plus mile an hour on the way to New York City. And I only travel about 2.5, 3 hours, and it's people are driving fast, and that's more of a problem nowadays than what people want to admit. But so well, you're having a good show this morning, Steve, and I thank you for being here for us truck drivers, and we'll speak at you later.
Good to hear from you. Thank you for checking in. As always, enjoy that little visit to New York. Feeding the New Yorkers. All right, we mentioned the train of storms you've seen impacting the Pacific Northwest from Northern California on up through Washington, Oregon. You've got a couple more storms on the way. All right. The first storm may bring some spotty showers as far south as west or southwest facing slopes of the mountain in San Luis Obispo and Santa Barbara counties there in California. Rain not expected as far south as L.A. or San Diego from either storm, they tell us. Second storm expected to arrive tomorrow, Thursday, continuing into Friday. That's the one that's going to bring the greatest amount of moisture to Washington, Oregon, southern British Columbia. Heaviest rains will fall along the Pacific coast, west-facing slopes of the Cascades. Drenching rain will also extend east of the Cascades into southwest Idaho. Since this second storm is going to be the coldest of the series, snow levels are going to start to lower, dropping further During the middle and latter stages of the storm, several inches may accumulate in the Bitterroot and Clearwater Mountains, northern and eastern Idaho, and along the Idaho-Montana border. Likewise, several inches to maybe a foot of snow may accumulate higher terrain of the Cascades in Washington and Oregon. Temps won't be low enough for accumulating snow on roadways till sometime late Thursday night or Friday on the passes in the Cascades. Now, if you're venturing over the passes on Friday, be prepared for slippery conditions. Yeah, the second storm is going to produce zones of heavy rain along the coastal areas from Washington and Oregon and the western-facing lower slopes of the Cascades Thursday to Friday. 1 or 2 inches, Portland to Seattle. Combined rainfall from the two systems is likely to range from 4 to 8 inches along the coast from northern California to southwestern British Columbia. So the cumulative rainfall from this week's train of storms will be causing small streams and short-run rivers to run high and fast. Yeah, motorists remain alert for rock and debris on roadways, especially in that hilly terrain. You may have muddy water flowing across some roads in areas with poor drainage. Of course, both storms will bring gusty winds, scattered power outages. Strongest winds 40 to 60 miles per hour across parts of Northern California and Southern Oregon through the day today into Wednesday night, further north from Northern Oregon to Washington Thursday into Friday. But the rain from these storms is going to be beneficial for the region's reservoirs. Most of the reservoirs in Northern California are actually running at normal levels for this point in the season there. It is 844-844-3388.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Taking a look at our market updates. What's going on? Under the headline, Buffett keeps piling cash. Berkshire Hathaway reported earnings over the weekend, and their cash pile kept growing. Warren Buffett's company is now sitting on $382 billion. company said it did not buy back any of its own shares because they're not undervalued. What's that mean? Bottom line, Buffett is very careful about finding undervalued stocks, and right now he's not seeing much that he likes, apparently. So sitting on the cash. Amazon stock up after announcing a new $38 billion deal with OpenAI. Amazon will be able to use NVIDIA AI chips for Amazon's cloud and artificial intelligence services. That news comes after Amazon's earnings beat last week. Shares up more than 15% in the past month. Meanwhile, Microsoft just pulled off a deal to export NVIDIA chips to the United Arab Emirates, part of a multi-year $15.2 billion investment in AI growth in the UAE. The chips will include NVIDIA's most advanced to provide access to the most popular LLMs. Meanwhile, the SNAP benefits, of course, word had come down. The Trump administration announcing that they will extend those benefits while the government shut down. It's only going to cover about 50% of what people were receiving before the shutdown. With the judge's order to use contingency funds to pay for it, according to Caroline Levitt, they're still working out the details on that this past day. No word on when those funds will actually be hitting people's EBT cards. All right, what else in the mix? Let's get back to the calls. Eagle had some second thoughts here about the government shutdown once again, and what else on your mind? Welcome back, Eagle.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate that. Listen, Steve, you told me, I told you last night, I thought that, this thing could go on until next year, 2026, we might be talking about this shutdown. But you know something, Steve? Can you imagine what, if I was a person right now, anybody that's making plans for Thanksgiving, you might want to try to get you a rental car. You might want to travel by car this year to your grandma's house, because if this government shutdown continues, can you imagine what the airports are going to look like the week of Thanksgiving? With the way things are going right now, I've already told you about what's going on in Houston. They already having problems in Houston right now with the airport opening and closing, long lines of people. It's gonna be hell on earth come Thanksgiving week. The week of Thanksgiving, when everybody's going to be trying to travel to their destination around America. They need to get this thing solved in the next 2 weeks. They need to get this government shutdown closed down because, like I said, we're coming up on the holidays, and many people rely on air travel, to get to their destinations. And this is setting up to be a real bad scenario coming up in the next couple of weeks. I was thinking about that, what's going to go down, so I'm telling my family members, if they planning on coming to Texas, you might want to see me for Thanksgiving, you might want to seek some alternate travel plans, maybe driving instead of flying in, because we don't know what's going to happen in the next 2 weeks. Now, as far as that guy goes in New York City, Steve, I told you how I felt about him in the first phone call. This guy here, I didn't get a chance to listen to the opening of the show. I heard what Grump said, and I heard what Pappy said. I listened to their calls while I was on hold, and I agree with everything they said. This is a bad situation. This guy here is a socialist / communist, and he wants to take money. He wants to take money away from people and give it to people that don't deserve it. Like I said before, I don't like Cuomo. I don't like what he did in 2020 during the COVID virus. Me personally, neither one of them They should have found some other candidates to begin. Neither one of them should have been mayor of neither one of them was qualified. Cuomo wasn't qualified, nor is this loser here. They should have found all the people that live in New York City. You mean to tell me they couldn't have found better candidates than any of those two losers? So it's very disappointing that New York City would make this type of move, Steve. And I think you're going to see people, like you said after I talked to you, people going to be leaving New York City in droves because it's already expensive to live in New York City as it is, and it's only going to get worse with this clown that's there, that's taking over. Like I said, I really didn't think the people in New York City would go through with this and vote this man in. It was really very disappointing, and I believe that if Donald Trump don't get a handle, like I said, it's not his fault what's going on, but they need to get a hold on this thing because American people, we're coming up on the midterms, and we can't allow these people to get their people into place, in Congress and the Senate, because they're going to do that to hold Donald Trump back for the next 2 years from doing his job. They're going to make his life miserable for the next 2 years. You see what they're doing already with every time he try to make a move with the ICE people and the National Guard. You got these bogus judges trying to throw roadblocks in his way. It's only going to get even worse after 26. And the last 2 years of his white president is going to be a nightmare because they're going to make his life, miserable like they did the first time around. So if I was Donald Trump, I'd try to get as much as I can done in the next year or so up to the election. He need to do everything that he want to do. He better put it on the table right now because I promise you the Democrats are going to make his life, Schumer's and all them, they're going to make his life a living hell after 2026 if they get back in some type of power and control because that's what it's all about. And like you said, Steve, we know with the situation with these the shutdown. You said last night it's not going to take that much to get this thing closed down. I mean, get this over with and get people back to work. But the Democrats don't even want to do that. And then you still got people like Jasmine Crockett coming on these TV talk shows talking trash about Trump and AOCs. These people are running their mouth, trying to do everything they can to blame Donald Trump except for the people that's really at fault. And then you got all these losers on TV. What they really want, Steve, is you see all these people that are begging for these government handouts, SNAP benefits. They too lazy to go out and get a job. Those are the same people that voted for this guy in New York. They really think that this guy's going to he's not going to give them nothing. This guy here, he's like a snake oil salesman. He's got a good line, but once he takes power, all these promises that he's making to these idiots, he's gonna go right back on everything he said, and he's gonna get all these people working for welfare, just like Barack Obama and all other Democrats, have them dependent on the government so they can control you and have you begging them for money and needs. And that's why you see people acting the way they're acting right now, saying making videos talking about the government owes them money that the government has to feed their kids and take care of their family. But like I said, last time I checked, you the one that need to take care of your family. You the one that made the kids. You the one that had them. Nobody is responsible for taking care of the kids except for you. And just like Grump said, I love that what he said a couple of weeks ago. Instead of telling the government to give you a handout, go to your Walmart, local Walmart, buy you a pair of work boots and some work jeans and a hard hat, and go find you a job and stop asking Uncle Sam to pay for you and your family. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, here's another example of what he was just talking about, and these are the people that obviously voted for Mamdani this past day. We'll give you more on that just ahead.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Your factory
USA
fuel filter
Radio
is
News.
letting you
Election
down.
results are
AirDog
showing a
heavy-duty
good day
diesel
for the
fuel systems
Democrats.
don't just
Democrat
filter your fuel.
Socialist
The
Zoran
AirDog
Mamdani
fully
will be the next
optimizes your
mayor of
truck's
New
fuel
York
system
City.
for peak
Mikey
efficiency.
Sherrill will
The
win
factory
the New
provided.
Jersey governor's race, and in Virginia, Abigail Spanberger will win the Virginia governor's race.
You all chose leadership that will focus relentlessly on what matters most. Lowering costs, keeping our communities safe, and strengthening our economy for every Virginian. Leadership that will focus on problem solving, not stoking division. We chose leadership that will always put Virginia first.
We will continue to have election results throughout the day. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear says 3 people are dead after a UPS cargo jet exploded in an enormous fireball while taking off from Louisville's Muhammad Ali International Airport. At least 11 people were injured. Beshear called the crash catastrophic and says he expects the death toll to rise just because the plane hit 2 businesses and scattered hundreds of thousands of gallons of jet fuel everywhere. That's enough jet fuel to go from Louisville to Honolulu, Hawaii. The governor said there is 3 crew members on board the plane, but did not specify if those were the fatalities he was counting on. Eyewitness video shows the MD-11 wide-body jet rolling down the runway with flames coming off the side of the aircraft. Some are speculating an engine fell off during takeoff. The first rankings of the college football playoff have been released. Ohio State University is leading the nation as the #1 team. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medishare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medishare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly,
and all that?
Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were 0 problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
That's what I keep telling people. People love Medishare, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medishare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear tonight addressing a news conference after a UPS jet crashed on takeoff at Louisville International Airport.
Before we can account for everyone or know that no one else was on the grounds. They're going to provide us with descriptions of the 2 missing employees soon. Again, there's no direct information about non-employees who were there at the time. The radius for the shelter in place has been adjusted. It is now anything north of the airport to the Ohio River. That includes, without limitation, South Louisville, Old Louisville, and downtown. LG&E had some equipment that has been damaged, but they're reporting no major outages at the time. They may, for safety purposes, have to have some outages. Please understand that if that's done, that's to protect you and the people working on it. I've been in direct contact with the CEO of Ford Motor Company. I can tell you that the Ford plant there was not hit. though it has lost power or did lose power for a period of time, but with the number of employees working there, that's a blessing. I've also been in touch with the head of security for the convention center, and everyone is sheltering in place that is there. They have stopped people coming in for the upcoming events for people's safety, and I know they'll be sending out additional information.
Lance Pry, USA Radio News.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saves-lives.org.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support. Plus, access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
As we get our final hour underway, additional industry headlines we'll get to this hour. Yet another major operation in Oklahoma, right on the heels several weeks ago, when numerous illegal truckers were taken off the highways. In this latest dozens of additional arrests near the Oklahoma border with Arkansas, according to officials this past day. More on what they had to say coming up. We left off there before the news break, talking about what New York may be facing. Who in their right mind would vote for these sort of things? Right in line with this whole discussion of the SNAP benefits, right? This video. It was actually an interview from KOAT television in New Mexico. It's a woman complaining about her lack of food aid benefits, going viral because she actually admitted she's been on the dole for 30 years now. A news story that was intended to drum up sympathy for the millions of Americans who receive SNAP benefits, facing suspension due to the government shutdown. Welfare was meant to lift people up, not trap them forever. When do you actually start rewarding work again? The first thing I did was grab my phone and call, and when I heard $0, my chest went into my throat, she says. I've depended on those benefits since the 1990s. It's detrimental to my life if I don't get them. She goes on to tell the news outlet that she relies on food banks in addition to the SNAP to survive. Obviously, many pounced on that admission to criticize the program. Some of the comments, Matt Forney says, I can barely afford my own bills. And this useless eater's been on food stamps for 30 blanking years. She's been living off my taxes for 30 blanking years. Cut it off. Another says millions of people live entirely as wards of the state, completely disconnected from the world of work and self-sufficiency. How can this be sustainable? Another user says, look, I feel sympathy for people that are like this on a human level, but she hasn't been able to get a job in 3 decades? This smells to me of manufacturer dependency, not some unavoidable hardship. Let's say this woman's 65, which maybe she is. She has good skin, so she's probably younger. That means she's been on food stamps since she was in her early 30s, maybe younger. This is insane. 30 years on food stamps says, well, everything about the system, not the person. Welfare was meant to lift up, not trap them forever. Yeah, there were some that came to her defense, saying, well, maybe she has some sort of a disability, maybe she can't work. Meanwhile, at least one police department in New Mexico, where this particular station was, I guess it was the Barstow, said they've increased patrols around grocery stores and food banks to avoid robbery and unrest. Cole Harrison, a gentleman that, well, prior to the past day's election, was trying to sound the alarm, as so many others had been. The votes are in. You can't go back now. What have you done will be the next. What have we done? Again, Cole Harrison said, let's be blunt. There is a sickness spreading through America's greatest cities. You don't need a microscope to see it. What were once gleaming beacons of opportunity are now becoming cautionary tales, strangled by a radical ideology that despises success. For generations, these cities were the engines of American prosperity. Now they've become laboratories for bad ideas. This is no accident. It's the result of a political cult that views liberty as an obstacle and honest work is something to be punished. The architects of this mess promise a utopia, but deliver only crime, blight, and economic ruin. And all of us watch as our nation's treasures are dismantled by leaders who seem to actively hate the principles that made them great in the first place. We can take you to the comments from Elon Musk, not some right-wing commentator. In his Fox Business interview, Elon Musk warned the policies of Zoran Mamdani, a Democrat socialist, will cause a major decline in living standards. And I quote, Mamdani is a charismatic swindler. If his policies are put in place, especially at scale, it will be a catastrophic decline in living standards, not just for the rich, but for everyone. That has been the case with every socialist experiment. Again, not some conservative pundit. That's Elon Musk. We're talking a guy that knows a thing or two about building things of value. Now, he did not mince words. He saw Mamdani's polished act for what it is. A fraud, a dangerous fraud. A quick glance at his platform shows that Elon was not engaging in hyperbole. He was reading the ingredients on the poison bottle. This guy's agenda is literally the greatest hits collection of every failed socialist policy ever conceived. He's pushing for a $30 an hour minimum wage. That would be a death sentence for thousands of small businesses that make New York City what it is. Then to finish the job off, he wants to hike the corporate tax rate, practically begging any company with a U-Haul to get out of town. That's just the beginning, though. He's promising free bus fares, universal child care, leaving the tab for the few remaining taxpayers to pick up. And then his grand finale, city-owned grocery stores operating rent-free, tax-free, because nothing screams efficiency and customer service like a government-run business, right? This is not a vision. It's a demolition order for what's left of New York City's economic soul. The threat this guy represents is so dire, so profoundly un-American, it has forged the strongest of alliances. You know the world's gone mad when the likes of Elon Musk actually endorses the former governor, Andrew Cuomo. Just think about that. The socialist alternative is so bad that one of the world's most brilliant innovators sees a flawed establishment Democrat as the only person who could stop the bleeding. And that's pretty much the same sentiment of President Donald Trump earlier this week when he was asked, well, if I'm going to have to choose between a bad Democrat and a communist, I'm going to pick the bad Democrat, to be honest. Yeah, this battle for New York, this is going to be the test run for the soul of America. A chilling reminder that the ghosts of socialism have not been banished. They've just been given a fresh coat of paint and sold to a new generation by a charismatic swindler. A mayoral candidate's socialist agenda, literally, that threatens to destroy the city. That's where we are today. How long does it take to begin seeing the demise, is my question, I suppose. Now, they were also talking about the NYPD, and the former NYPD chief mentioned the Citizen Review Board, where people of the city actually make determinations about law enforcement. Is this a good cop or a bad cop? Lay it on us, Pappy.
Steve, here's the deal. A lot of these cities, including Hamilton County, the sheriff decided she was going to have a citizens review board. However, they are not involved in deciding any discipline to be dished out.
Okay.
Here's what's changed in New York. Here's what's changed in New York with this guy. He's allowing the citizens review board to hand out the discipline.
Oh.
Follow me? Let me tell you about a training video that we show in some of our trainings. I forget what city it was. I think it might have been Philadelphia. There was a black minister who was a big advocate on police brutality. Anytime there was an incident, he was on the TV calling for the officer's head, right? So they invited him to come and do a little training session and then ride along with officers. And they made like a little documentary of it. It was all filmed. It was all live. It wasn't scripted. So they ran him through some scenarios. Steve, every time we do scenarios, we try to use real live scenarios, things that have happened in the past. We don't just make something up. And
sure.
Okay, we use scenarios that literally happened. So they ran him through some scenarios where he conducts a traffic stop on this car, and he walks up to the car, and the guy pulls out a gun and shoots and kills him. Now they're using training weapons and training tasers, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they ran into several scenarios where, just to show it, dude, this happened, and this is how easy it is to be killed if somebody wants to kill you. Then they ran into a scenario where he was responding to a parking lot where there was a large man beating up on a woman. And when he gets there, he sees the act being committed. He has to make the arrest. So, and the dude they had playing the bad guy was a pretty big dude now too, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he gets out and tells the guy to stop, and the guy starts coming at him at an aggressive manner. He's not running at him. He's walking towards him in an aggressive manner, and he has his hand behind his back like he's maybe got a firearm in the small of his back. And he's walking towards him aggressively, and he's telling him to stop, stop, stop. He gets about 5 feet from him, and the minister shoots him. And they were like, well, you just shot an unarmed man. Well, I thought he had a gun. I was scared for my safety. Yeah, but you just shot an unarmed man. He didn't have a gun.
Mm-hmm.
And then he went out and rode a couple nights. And at the end of it, this minister had a complete turnaround. And he was like, man, this was a rude awakening. I had no idea what these officers have to deal with. The decisions that they have to make in split seconds decisions.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the problem with these independent civilian review boards. Is they're not cops. They've never been cops. And they're going to make a decision on whether that cop acted right or not. Now, even the Supreme Court, when they make rulings and other agencies hand out discipline, one of the things they look at, one of the questions they ask, was this reasonable? Was his actions reasonable? Would other officers with the same amount of experience acted in the same way? If not, that's when they start handing out discipline. If the answer is yes, then he's justified in his actions.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm telling you right now, man, they're going to let the Citizens Review Board start handing out discipline. You're going, just like the chief said out there, and he's a piece of work himself too. But you will see retirements out the wazoo, and if they can't retire, they're going to lay it down, Steve. They're not going to arrest anybody. They're going to be afraid to put their hands on anybody because they're going to get disciplined and or criminally charged. Not this discipline. We see now what they want to do, what these woke lefts want to do. They don't want to just discipline. They want these officers criminally charged. That's a nightmare for New York. When you talked about this interview with this, you know what it reminded me of? Remember that one lady when it came out? Obama phones.
Yeah.
Right? Remember when the Obama phones
yeah.
being handed out?
He got us a phone, and he's going to get us more.
Now I'm getting free. Everything's free. I'm not going to have to pay for nothing.
I'm not going to have to worry about I ain't going to worry about my car payment. I don't have to worry about my rent. Those were all quotes coming out of their mouth.
Steve, socialism. Let's just define it here. The United States was founded on God, family, country. Right? Socialism, the state, is number one. There is nobody else. There is no God. There is no family. The state comes first. Nazi Germany, when Hitler first took office back in the early to mid-30s, it was the state was number one. Steve, what they did, part of their problems too with the Nazis is they felt that their heritage, their race was superior, like the Aryan nation, right? They thought their race was superior. Do you realize when German families had a baby, and if that baby was deformed or that baby had Down syndrome or anything was wrong with that, the state would go to their house and take that baby and put that baby in a hospital. And doctors would decide if that baby's bloodline was not going to tote the line for the German people. And if they decided that it wasn't, they would euthanize these babies and these small children. That's a fact. So the state is number one. Everything goes to the state. For these people, these young kids are getting confused, right? Thinking socialism's great. The government's going to supply us with everything. We've all said on this show multiple times, just like you said, if somebody's disabled, Steve, and they can't work, as human beings, we need to take care of these people, right? Steve, Mercedes is living with me, with her boyfriend, with 2 kids, because I don't want them going to Section 8 housing. I don't want them on food stamps. I was like you, Steve. You told your story. I first got out of the Navy, wasn't working, knocked a girlfriend up. We get married, finally get my old job back. We ended up getting WIC for about 6 months. And then once I got my job back and started working, we didn't go back and renew it. I played Mr. Mom for about 7 years. We couldn't afford a babysitter. So I went to work in construction. I came home. The wife went to go work second shift as a waitress, and I played Mr. Mom.
Yep.
Because we couldn't afford a babysitter. So this new theory that the government's going to take care of you, man, it's a rude awakening for these young people. I'm hoping that they get a taste of this before the primaries. I'm thinking it's going to take a couple years for this to really hit, so I'm hoping before the primary that we'll see the results of what happened tonight in New York. Appreciate you taking the call, Steve. Probably talk at you tomorrow night.
All right. Thank you, Pappy. Yep. I guess that's the difference in individuals with a work ethic versus those who feel it's someone else's responsibility to take care of me. For many, many, many years, seeing that I was doing the overnight shift, working nights, I'd get off. We'd get the kids on the bus or take the kids to school. I had one car, take the princess to work. She worked numerous jobs over the years, whatever it took. While she's working, of course, I try to get some sleep while the kids are at school. Alarm goes off, get the kids from school. Princess gets home, I go back to bed in the evening, and that was the routine. It took 2 incomes to get by. Get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tell's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit Tell360.com today to learn more. All right, get a news break, And we got time to squeeze a few more calls in as we roll into the early hours of a Wednesday.
USA Radio News. Election results are showing a good day for the Democrats. Democrat Socialist Zohran Mamdani will be the next mayor of New York City. Mikey Sherrill will win the New Jersey governor's race. And in Virginia, Abigail Spanberger will win the Virginia governor's race.
You all chose leadership that will focus relentlessly on what matters most. Lowering costs, keeping our communities safe, and strengthening our economy for every Virginian. Leadership that will focus on problem solving, not stoking division. We chose leadership that will always put Virginia first.
We will continue to have election results throughout the day. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear says 3 people are dead after a UPS cargo jet exploded in an enormous fireball while taking off from Louisville's Muhammad Ali International Airport. At least 11 people were injured. Beshear called the crash catastrophic and says he expects the death toll to rise just because the plane hit 2 businesses and scattered hundreds of thousands of gallons of jet fuel everywhere. That's enough jet fuel to go from Louisville to Honolulu, Hawaii. The governor said there's 3 crew members on board the plane, but did not specify if those were the fatalities he was counting on. Eyewitness video shows the MD-11 wide-body jet rolling down the runway with flames coming off the side of the aircraft. Some are speculating an engine fell off during takeoff. The first rankings of the college football playoff have been released. Ohio State University is leading the nation as the number 1 team. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear tonight addressing a news conference after a UPS jet crashed on takeoff at Louisville International Airport.
Before we can account for everyone or know that no one else was on the grounds, they're going to provide us with descriptions of the 2 missing employees soon. Again, there's no direct information about non-employees who were there at the time. The radius for the shelter in place has been adjusted. It is now anything north of the airport to the Ohio River. That includes, without limitation, South Louisville, Old Louisville, and downtown. LG&E had some equipment that has been damaged, but they're reporting no major outages at the time. They may, for safety purposes, have to have some outages. Please understand that if that's done, that's to protect you and the people working on it. I've been in direct contact with the CEO of Ford Motor Company. I can tell you that the Ford plant there was not hit, though it has lost power or did lose power for a period of time. But with the number of employees working there, that's a blessing. I've also been in touch with the head of security for the convention center, and everyone is sheltering in place that is there. They have stopped people coming in for the upcoming events for people's safety, and I know they'll be sending out additional information.
Lance Pry, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The update, dozens arrested during an immigration enforcement operation that took place near the Oklahoma border with Arkansas, according to officials this past day. This was an Operation Guardian enforcement sweep that recently took place along I-40 in eastern Oklahoma. According to the statement this past day from the Oklahoma Public Safety Commissioner, during this 15-hour operation, more than 500 vehicles were contacted, 73 arrested for immigration violations, including 34 commercial vehicle drivers, according to KOSU. The I-40 operation conducted by the Highway Patrol and Immigrations and Customs Enforcement working in tandem. The second major immigration enforcement operation to take place on I-40 in Oklahoma in recent weeks. It was a similar operation in western Oklahoma in late September. That resulted in 120 arrests for immigration violations. Of those arrested, he had 91 operating a commercial vehicle without a commercial driver's license. All right, illegal aliens have no business operating 18-wheelers on America's highways, according to the statement. Our roads are now safer with these illegal aliens no longer behind the wheel. We encourage more state and local law enforcement to sign 287G agreements to help remove public safety threats and then receive reimbursement funds available to our law enforcement partners. CNI Dog, see what's going on here this early Wednesday. Morning.
Morning. I'm wondering if that movie from a long time ago, Escape from New York, will become popular again. I'm wondering if Snake Plissken will be operating a rideshare vehicle, helping people out.
Could be
question.
Hollywood imitating.
Have you tried AI yet? Oh, go ahead.
Hollywood imitating reality, right? So a movie from the 80s now could become reality in New York City. You are right.
Yeah, I was just wondering if Snake Plissken will be doing a rideshare program, helping people out, right? He's still around, right?
Yeah. Was that Mel Gibson that played that role or not? I'm trying to remember.
No, the guy from Bird on a Wire, he still lives with Goldie Hawn. What's his name again? He was in Guardians of the Galaxy also.
I know who you're talking about, yes. Kurt Russell.
Yeah, there you go. He's still around. Okay, question. Have you tried any AI yet?
I have not. I have not, no.
Okay. I won't ask you again. I just curious. Okay. He was talking about earlier, one of the drivers, vehicles going by him at 115, 117 miles an hour. I see that quite often. I will say this, on the open road, you don't see as many hardcore speeders like you did before, because there's cops hidden in the center of the median, and they usually just, dispatch them pretty quickly. But around towns, that's where it mostly happens. I saw a truck going down 294 with no taillights. These cars will cut between me and another truck, okay? And I don't know how they have the courage to race up to a back end of a vehicle and then swerve over at the last second. I could never do that. I don't think I could do that in a video game, let alone in reality. But I saw a truck with no taillights, and then I saw another truck over here on the open road. It was a small moving truck, and it had no taillights at all. The only reason I saw it is the street lights. So I think people should have second thoughts about that kind of behavior.
Yeah, right.
I enjoyed your show, and I'll call you again sometime next week.
All right. See you, dog. Thanks for checking in. Good to hear from you. Oh, there's Brain Dead. What's happening, Brain Dead?
Oh, manic Monday for me, buddy. How was your weekend there?
Yeah, well, I'm already to hump day here, but yeah, we had a enjoyable Halloween weekend.
Yeah, you know, C&I Dog was just talking about that AI, and I know Dingbat's asleep, and she'll probably catch this part of the replay, but she really screwed me up for Halloween. Really screwed me up, because my mom's birthday on the birth certificate says the 30th, but with her mom, everybody believed it was the 31st. She grabbed my mom's graduation picture from 1955 and made it to where she was waving at you. That's creepy stuff,
right?
and not just one, and not just one, but two photos like that, because there's one with her dress on, formal dress, and then there's another one with the traditional cap and gown. And then she's like, well, I'm not done yet. I said, all right. She said, well, this is one of your cousins. All right. And it was the same thing. It was just a Christmas picture. I'm like, good God, woman, get a hobby. You know, we need to get you a cat to play with around here or something. But no, speaking of that too, you're on Facebook a lot, well, some, but have you seen the reels of where they go into these apartments up in New York City and whatnot, and they kind of show you around and whatnot? Have you seen them?
I have not. No, sir.
There was a couple. They were talking about living in New York City. Now, they have a one-bedroom, one-bath apartment, and I can't remember whereabouts it was. It was in one of the major, like Brooks or Queens or somewhere like that. I can't remember. But it's 800 square feet that rents for $2,800 a month. Poor Dingbat looked at me. She says, we ain't moving there ever again.
Yeah,
I said,
right.
Hell no, we ain't moving at all. I'm living right here. So, well, let's see. Baseball's wrapped up. How about that World Series there, buddy?
That blew me away. When the Dodgers went back to Toronto, down 2 games, 3 games, I thought there's no way they're going to win back-to-back in Toronto, but wow, they did.
Mm-hmm. And here's a couple other things too. The Dodgers have been the last team, I think, since the 90s, or I can't remember, it was the 90s or the 70s. I saw the statistic, but have won back-to-back World Series on the road. I think it was a 79 Reds, 79-80 Reds. I could be wrong. Like I said, I'm half awake right now anyway, but still. But here's something interesting, too. It's crazy this season how it started. It started in South Korea or Japan, and it ended up in Canada. How about that? Would you ever thought about that?
No, I would not.
And there was no perfect games. No perfect games. They said it's been, I can't remember how long it's been, but It's been a while since they've had a complete whole season with no perfect game.
How about that?
So have you heard from our good friend Lauren Weiss lately? I figured the Uber Denny Hamlin fan would try to be climbing down off the
well,
house by now.
I was going to ask you, what do you think? He wasn't real pleased. He wasn't real pleased how things panned out there. Yeah, what do you call? He said, "What's his name is a weasel."
Well, yeah, he does look like one of those. But anyway, Denny Hamlin said in the interview, he said that he just made the wrong strategy move, the wrong pit stop. They came in there at the end of the race and got 4 tires. They should have gotten 2 tires or 3 tires. It was a bad call. And, it is what it is. It's just Kyle Larson was at the right place at the right time and picked up that second championship. I mean, I saw a bunch of the Facebook posts that says Denny Hamlin's giving up racing. And no, he ain't giving up racing, you idiot. He's sitting there going to take a vacation for a few months and go hibernate. He's got this big trial coming up in December, remember? I guess they forgot about that. So, but yeah, I mean, he had a wonderful season. I mean, it's happened before. Now, I think I've heard this from several different places. Now, I know for a fact that NASCAR is going to change the playoff format. They are going to do that. Now, they must have some people from our government in there because they have yet to release what is the format going to be. Now, some people are going back to the whole the 10-race elimination shootout kind of playoff format. They've even said a 1-to-1 format. There's a whole lot of ideas that have been thrown around right now, but there's nothing definite. So maybe our Uber Denny Hamlin fan there could probably be a little bit calmer now, knowing that there is still a chance. And he even said he's got a couple more shots at this. So what's to say next year is not the year that he doesn't get it.
Possibility. Now, what was the scenario with his father like in bad health or something because his dad wasn't there and he felt like this was maybe the last chance he had to win for with his dad alive? I'm not real up to speed on his dad.
You got me on that one too, buddy. That's probably one of them Facebook things that people believe that, you click on it and you believe the heartfelt story behind it. Like, what was it when Hurricane Helene or somebody, one of them hurricanes went through and they said this guy gave $20 million and you go research the story and it's false. No, okay. I don't. I haven't heard anything about that. But let me do some digging and research. But speaking of digging and research, there, remember last time I told you about the NASCAR charter lawsuit was fixed. They were coming to settlements. Now, some of the figures they released is that the teams will get $316,000 per race. I can't remember the exact total amount over 38 races. That's a kind of a bit of money uptick from what they've got. And they've also kind of sort of agreed on that NASCAR will not own any of the teams. They will not have any financial stake in starting their own team. So, needless to say, and they're even going to up the charters. I think it was from 36 to 40. So they're going in the right direction. I mean, because back in August, it was one of those, hey, we're here. Oh, sorry, we're not getting what we want. We're out of here kind of negotiations. At least it's making some sort of progress, and I will give them that. So, I mean, maybe Jim France is starting to cave in and see that, hey, maybe some of these big-time sponsors are putting pressure on NASCAR to give in, to give a little bit here, quit being so rigid. Because I saw somewhere the court filings that showed what 2311 spent in 24 for the whole season what they spent for the whole entire season. And it is kind of mind-blowing, because being a fan, you would think that it is a multi-million-dollar operation, but you never would think that, a tire bill for a race for a car is like almost $100,000. I mean, that's just tires. You got, the fuel and pit crews. I mean, you've got a whole lot more variables.
Yeah.
But NASCAR even went one step further and released their financials for 2024. And somehow, and this is where that funny math comes in, because I remember in 2023 they sold off California Speedway for $500 some odd million, and they showed that on the books. But now all of a sudden they've only made $100 million. But yet you go look at some of the other various sources, they're saying that NASCAR is making, $800-900 million, worth $800-900 million. So who do you believe here, Steve? I don't know, but buddy, you have a good one. We'll holler at you later.
All right, thanks for checking in, Brain Dead. Enjoy your, what do you call it, his Manic Monday.
One of the most exciting classes in the NTPA are without a doubt the CM Pulling Tires Mini Modifieds. With 16 hooks on the 2025 schedule, the battle went the distance. Literally. From the NTPA headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. The season started the first Friday in June and went until mid-September, with the top 4 minis all finishing within 6 points in the season-long battle. At the end of the day, Adam Kester took home the title piloting Footloose with an average finish of 6th throughout the long season. Of his 15 hooks on the season, Adam took home 3 wins: the season opening hook in Hutchinson, Chapel Hill midway through the season, and Napoleon, Ohio in the latter third of the year. 8 top 5 finishes, including the second hook in Hutchinson, Farley, Rockwell, Wauseon, Ohio, and to wrap up the season at the Enderley Pull-Off. At the end of the year, Adam tugged the NTPA sled over 4,300 feet, which was 300 feet further than second place Iron Toy of Adam Bauer. With 29 tractors chasing the points title in 2025, staying on top all season was no easy task. But Adam was there all season minus a short setback after the hook in Wellington, Ohio. With such a large class, consistency was the name of the game for Adam. With 15 hooks, staying in the top 10 is what propelled Footloose to the title. However, he didn't always get the finishes he was aiming for. In Toma, he earned a 12th, which was the same result he got on the second night of pulling in Chapel Hill, only one day after taking the win. The worst finish of the season came late in the year, with only 4 hooks remaining, when a 19th at Bowling Green was all Adam could get for the Footloose. But the last 2 hooks with a third and a second locked up the title. Rounding out the top 10 in the modified minis were Iron Toy with Adam Bauer, tied for second with Short Fused and Lindsey Campbell. In fourth, Jeff Hurt and Little Bear. Fifth went the veteran puller Ken Vinny and his funny little Farmall. Sixth was Slingshot, piloted by Adam Arnett. Taking 7th was Adam Kester's second machine, Walk the Line. In 8th on the Grand National Tour was Adam Kester's third machine he calls Beast of Burden. Jeff Hurt kept his second mini in the top 10 with B-Bear, and rounding out the top 10 was Renee Theobald and Pretty Wicked. Congratulations to Adam Kester on the championship in this always growing field. One thing is for sure, the rest of the teams will be spending a lot of time in the shop and on the dyno working to take him down in 2026. You can keep up with everything NTPA at ntpapoll.com and watch NTPA Championship Polling every Wednesday at 8:30 Eastern on RFD TV, where you can relive some of the best hooks of the 2025 season. If you're looking for that perfect holiday gift for the polling fan in your life, make sure you stop by shopntpa.com. Get shirts, collectibles, and other polling gifts now. shopntpa.com. This is the NTPA Overnight Report from the National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Marion, Ohio. I'm Greg Hunter.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, I remember those days. Yes, I do, where the spaceman would chime in with 2 minutes left in the program. What do you say, Horse Feathers?
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. I don't know. I had a late start this morning there, and when we got everything going and wound up there, and had you a couple times on the line, but just didn't have time with everything else in between. So, been waiting back and forth, almost thinking that we should do a moment of silence for the great people at Kentucky down there for everything that went on for the Mike this morning. So maybe we'll give them a half a moment of silence. All right. Now, as I say, just dedicate to them. That's a hard thing down there.
Yeah,
I mean, we know from being...
It's going to be interesting to see, here when the sun comes up, because, I mean, that the firefighters, this was late in the evening, like 5:15. Yeah, we saw the sun set, the flames still raging. I have no idea what we're going to see when the sun comes up.
Yeah, absolutely. So, with all that. But, I did want to touch in there real quick. You touched on it there about the pounds and gallons deal there. So my tank going down the road is 11,600 gallons water capacity. I normally have 10,000 liquid gallons on. So if they're saying 250,000 gallons in the news, that would be 25 of my trailer's sizes water, that I carry.
Right.
So and to put that in a little bit more perspective, my trailer can take 3 unloads out of a rail car. So you're talking at 250,000 gallons water capacity, you're talking somewhere around 9 rail car tanks. So to put that in perspective, you put that together, 9 rail car tanks are actually bigger than what the plane was. So
they meant, obviously, so we figured out it was pounds. Pounds is what they meant. So
yeah, absolutely.
Turned out to be about 38,000 gallons, or 40,000 pounds, right?
Which at 38,000 gallons is a lot, because that's still, just a little bit more than 3 of my tank trailers. So you figure, you see a tanker going down the road, a gasoline tanker is, 8,500, 9,000 gallons. So you figure 3 of those, is what that has for that plane has for a fuel tank, with the wing capacity and everything.
Wow.
And just so that they were carrying 3 what you see gasoline tankers going down the road is what they had for fuel capacity on that plane. But anyways, but you talked about that other lady that had that letter there, and we know from being at the truck show that those planes, those UPS planes, are every 2 to 3 minutes that landing, taking off.
You can watch them coming in during the nighttime. You can look out, you can see they're 2 abreast because they're coming in 2 runways at a time. Just one after 2 at a time, two, just all night long. All right, we close it out there. Thanks for being with us. Hope you'll join us again for our next edition.
never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Above, 'cause everything looks better from above. And nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.